Hello, Lemon. How are you? Congratulations on grabbing first. It's been a while since I've seen you. How have you been? I can imagine. Extremely sleepy, huh? Well, it does sound kind of weird, but you've come to the right place. So, if nothing else, I can definitely go ahead and give you more of those sleepy vibes. Because it definitely sounds like you could use a good night's sleep. Well, or a good daytime sleep, or just sleep in general. Trying to figure out what's going on. Why? There's like so much weird background noise all of a sudden. But anyway, so today, first of all, hang on, let me take these off real quick. So today, first of all, my name is Kurisaru. Welcome, welcome for anybody who's new here and stuff. Welcome to my little chill corner. I like to do nice chill vibe reading streams, cozy streams. Today is Bedtime Story Thursday. So tonight, or today, depending on where on the planet you are, I'm going to be reading a selection of different fairy tales. This one's actually from a book called Classic Fairy Tales Every Child Should Know. I flipped through here. There are a few fairy tales that I kind of covered over the past couple of weeks. You know what, if we read them again, then I'll try to skip around and stuff. So, feel free to kick back, relax, enjoy, say hi if you feel like it, but if anything, you know, if you're gonna doze off or whatever else and you just want to have me in the background, that's all good too. So, we're just here to kind of kick back and have a nice, relaxing, comfy ride. There are plenty of other streamers who are all high energy, jump around, screaming, laughing, everything, and nothing wrong with that. That's all cool. That's just not the vibe I'm going for here. I really kind of prefer being a lot more laid back and chill and just relaxed. So, like I said, today we are going to be reading. Well, I am going to be reading some classic fairy tales here. And so, you know what? Without further ado, how about I just go ahead and jump right in? Hang on, I'm going to go ahead and put the title of the current story as a caption on here. Give me a quick moment. So OBS is weird that it doesn't let you copy paste, which means I always kind of gotta type it in manually, which is pretty wild. But so anyway, the first story is called One Eye, Two Eyes, Three Eyes. They say this is like fairy tales every child should know. Apparently, I'm not in the know. because some of these I have never heard of, so this is going to be completely new territory for me. Also, I'm going to apologize a little bit if my voice kind of sounds a little bit hoarse or odd from normal. I am still adjusting to the cat adventures, having like a constant visitor, a stray that kind of comes on and likes to act like they own the joint. And much as I love cats, this one's an adolescent and loves to get everywhere. She's still got like the late night zoomies. And also, I'm slightly allergic to cats. So my voice, I'll be hydrating quite frequently during all this. In fact, let me go ahead and do that now real quick before we jump right in. So, first story. One eye, two eyes, three eyes. There was once a woman who had 3 daughters, of whom the eldest was named One Eye, because she had only one eye in the middle of her forehead. The second had 2 eyes, like other people, and she was called Two Eyes. The youngest had 3 eyes, 2 like her second sister, and 1 in the middle of her forehead like the eldest, and she bore the name of Three Eyes. Now, because little Two Eyes looked just like other people, her mother and sisters could not endure her. They said to her, "You're not better than common folks with your 2 eyes. You don't belong to us." So they pushed her about and threw all their old clothes to her for her to wear, and gave her only the pieces that were left to eat, and did everything that they could to make her miserable. It so happened that little Two Eyes was sent into the fields to take care of the goats, and she was often very hungry, although her sisters had as much as they liked to eat. So one day she seated herself on a mound in the field, and began to weep and cry so bitterly that 2 little rivulets flowed from her eyes. Once, in the midst of her sorrow, she looked up, and saw a woman standing near her, who said, "What are you weeping for, little Two Eyes?" "I cannot help weeping," she replied, "for because I have 2 eyes like other people, my mother and sisters cannot bear me. They push me about from one corner to another and make me wear their old clothes, and give me nothing to eat but what is left, so that I am always hungry. Today they gave me so little that I am nearly starved." "Dry up your tears, little Two Eyes," said the wise woman. "I will tell you something to do which will prevent you from ever being hungry again. You have only to say to your own goat, 'Little goat, if you're able, pray deck out my table.' And immediately there will be a pretty little table before you full of all sorts of good things for you to eat, as much as you like. And when you have had enough, and you do not want the table any more, you need only say, 'Little goat, when you're able, remove my nice table,' and it will vanish from your eyes." Then the wise woman went away. "Now," thought little Two Eyes, "I will try if what she says is true, for I am very hungry." So she said, "Little goat, if you're able, pray deck out my table." The words were scarcely spoken, when a beautiful little table stood really before her. It had a white cloth and plates, and knives and forks, and silver spoons, and such a delicious dinner, smoking hot as if it had just come from the kitchen. Then little Two Eyes sat down and said the shortest grace she knew, "Pray God be our guest for all time, amen," before she allowed herself to taste anything. But oh, how she did enjoy her dinner! And when she'd finished, she said, as the wise woman had taught her, "Little goat, when you're able, remove my nice table." In a moment, the table and everything upon it had disappeared. "That is a pleasant way to keep house," said little Two Eyes, and felt quite contented and happy. In the evening, when she went home with the goat, she found an earthenware dish with some scraps which her sisters had left for her, but she did not touch them. The next morning she went away with the goat, leaving them behind where they had been placed for her. The first and second times that she did so, the sisters did not notice it, but when they found it happened every day, they said one to the other, "There's something strange about little Two Eyes. She leaves her supper every day, and all that has been put for her has been wasted. She must get food somewhere else." So they determined to find out the truth, and they arranged that when Two Eyes took her goat to the field, One Eye should go with her to take particular notice of what she did, and discover if anything was brought for her to eat and drink. So when Two Eyes started with her goat, One Eye said to her, "I'm going with you today to see if the goat gets her food properly while you're watching the rest." But Two Eyes knew what she had in her mind, so she drove the goat into the long grass and said, "Come, One Eye, let us sit down here and rest, and I will sing to you." One Eye seated herself, and, not being accustomed to walk so far, or to be out in the heat of the sun, she began to feel tired, and as little Two Eyes kept on singing, she closed her one eye and fell fast asleep. When Two Eyes saw this, she knew that One Eye could not betray her, so she said, "Little goat, if you are able, come and deck my pretty table." She seated herself when it appeared, and ate and drank very quickly, and when she had finished, she said, "Little goat, when you are able, come and clear away my table." It vanished in the twinkling of an eye, and then Two Eyes woke up One Eye and said, "Little One Eye, you are a clever one to watch goats, for while you are asleep, they might be running all over the world. Come, let us go home." So they went to the house, and little Two Eyes again left the scraps on the dish untouched, and One Eye could not tell her mother whether little Two Eyes had eaten anything in the field, for she said to excuse herself, "I was asleep." The next day, the mother said to Three Eyes, "You must go to the field this time, and find out whether there is anyone who brings food to little Two Eyes, for she must eat and drink secretly." So when little Two Eyes started with her goat, Three Eyes followed and said, "I'm going with you today, to see if the goats are properly fed and watched." But Two Eyes knew her thoughts, so she led the goat through the long grass to tire Three Eyes, and at last she said, "Let us sit down here and rest, and I will sing to you, Three Eyes." She was glad to sit down, for the walk in the heat of the sun had really tired her, and as her sister continued her song, she was obliged to close two of her eyes, and they slept, but not the third. In fact, Three Eyes was wide awake with one eye, and heard and saw all that Two Eyes did, for poor little Two Eyes, thinking she was asleep, said her speech to the goat, and the table came with all the good things on it, and was carried away when Two Eyes had eaten enough, and the cunning Three Eyes saw it all with her one eye. But she pretended to be asleep when her sister came to wake her and told her that she was going home. That evening, when little Two Eyes again left the supper they placed aside for her, Three Eyes said to her mother, "I know where the proud thing gets her good eating and drinking." And then she described all that she had seen in the field. "I saw it all with one eye," she said, "for she had made my other two eyes close with her fine singing, but luckily the one in my forehead remained open." Then the envious mother cried out to poor little Two Eyes, "You wish to have better food than we, do you? You shall lose your wish." She took up a butcher's knife, went out and struck the good little goat in the heart, and it fell dead. When little Two Eyes saw this, she went out into the field, seated herself on a mound, and wept most bitter tears. Presently the wise woman stood again before her, and said, "Little Two Eyes, why do you weep?" "Ah," she replied, "I must weep. The goat, who every day spread my table so beautifully, has been killed by my mother, and I shall again have to suffer from hunger and sorrow." "Little Two Eyes," said the wise woman, "I will give you some good advice. Go home and ask your sister to give you the inside of the slaughtered goat, and then go and bury it in the ground in front of the house door." On saying this, the wise woman vanished. Little Two Eyes went home quickly, and said to her sister, "Dear sister, give me some part of my poor goat. I don't want anything valuable, only give me the inside." Her sister laughed and said, "Of course you can have that if you don't want anything else." So little Two Eyes took the inside, and in the evening, when all was quiet, buried it in the ground outside the house door, as the wise woman had told her to do. The next morning, when they all rose and looked out of the window, there stood a most wonderful tree, with leaves of silver and apples of gold hanging between them. Nothing in the wide world could be more beautiful or more costly. They none of them knew how the tree could come there in one night, excepting little Two Eyes. She supposed it had grown up from the inside of the goat, for it stood over where she had buried it in the earth. Then said the mother to little One Eye, "Climb up, my child, and break off some of the fruit from the tree." One Eye climbed up, but when she tried to catch a branch and pluck one of the apples, it escaped from her hand, and so it happened every time she made the attempt. And, do what she would, she could not reach one. "Three Eyes," said the mother, "climb up and try what you can do. Perhaps you'll be able to see better with your 3 eyes than One Eye can." One Eye slid down from the tree, and 3 Eyes climbed up. But 3 Eyes was not more skillful. With all her efforts, she could not draw the branches, nor the fruit, near enough to pluck even a leaf, for they sprang back as she put out her hand. At last the mother was impatient and climbed up herself, but with no more success, for as she appeared to grab a branch or fruit, her hand closed upon thin air. "May I try?" said little Two Eyes. "Perhaps I may succeed." "You indeed," cried her sisters. "You with your 2 eyes, what can you do?" But 2 Eyes climbed up, and the golden apples did not fly back from her when she touched them, but almost laid themselves on her hand, and she plucked them one after another, till she carried down her own little apron full. The mother took them from her and gave them to her sisters, and as she said, little Two Eyes did not handle them properly, but this was only from jealousy, because little Two Eyes was the only one who could reach the fruit, and she went into the house feeling more spiteful to her than ever. It happened that while all 3 sisters were standing under the tree together, a young knight rode by. "Run away, quick, and hide yourself, little Two Eyes. Hide yourself somewhere, for we shall be quite ashamed for you to be seen." Then they pushed the poor girl, in great haste, under an empty cask, which stood near the tree, and several of the golden apples that she had plucked along with her. As the knight came nearer, they saw he was a handsome man, and presently he halted, and looked with wonder and pleasure at the beautiful tree with its silver leaves and golden fruit. At last he spoke to the sisters, and asked, "To whom does this beautiful tree belong? If a man possessed only 1 branch, he might obtain all he wished for in the world." "This tree belongs to us," said the 2 sisters, "and we will break off a branch for you if you like." They gave themselves a great deal of trouble in trying to do as they offered, but all to no purpose, for the branches and the fruit evaded their efforts, and sprung back at every touch. "This is wonderful," exclaimed the knight, "that the tree should belong to you, and yet you are not able to gather even a branch." They persisted, however, in declaring that the tree was their own property. At this moment, little Two Eyes, who was angry because her sisters had not told the truth, caused 2 of the golden apples to slip out from under the cask, and they rolled on till they reached the feet of the knight's horse. When he saw them, he asked in astonishment where they came from. The 2 ugly maidens replied that they had another sister, but they dared not let him see her, for she had only 2 eyes, like common people, and was named Little Two Eyes. But the knight felt very anxious to see her, and called out, "Little Two Eyes, come here." Then came 2 Eyes, quite comforted, from the empty cask, and the knight was astonished to find her so beautiful. Then he said, "Little Two Eyes, can you break off a branch of the tree for me?" "Oh yes," she replied, "I can very easily, for the tree belongs to me." And she climbed up, and without any trouble, broke off a branch with its silver leaves and golden fruit and gave it to the knight. He looked down at her as she stood by his horse, and said, "Little Two Eyes, what shall I give you for this?" "Ah," she answered, I suffer from hunger and thirst, and sorrow and trouble from early morning till late at night. If you would only take me with you and release me, I should be so happy." Then the knight lifted the little maiden on his horse and rode home with her to his father's castle. There she was given beautiful clothes to wear, and as much to eat and drink as she wished. And as she grew up, the young knight loved her so dearly that they were married with great rejoicings. Now, when the two sisters saw little Two Eyes carried away by the handsome young knight, they were overjoyed at their good fortune. "The wonderful tree belongs to us now," they said. "Even if we cannot break off a branch, yet everyone who passes will stop to admire it and make acquaintance with us, and who knows, we may get husbands after all." But when they rose the next morning, lo, the tree had vanished, and with it all their hopes. And on this very morning, when little Two Eyes looked out of her chamber window of the castle, she saw, to her great joy, that the tree had followed her. Little Two Eyes lived for a long time in great happiness, but she heard nothing of her sisters, till one day 2 poor women came to the castle to beg for alms. Little Two Eyes saw them, and, looking earnestly in their faces, she recognized her 2 sisters, who had become so poor that they were obliged to beg their bread from door to door. But the good sister received them most kindly, and promised to take care of them and give them all they wanted. And then they did indeed repent and feel sorry for having treated her so badly in their youthful days. Well, that was an interesting story. Give me one quick second. I'm going to go refill my water real quick. I will be back in a moment. I have returned. And also, I almost forgot. Here, let me set the new story. This one is called The Magic Mirror. The Magic Mirror. One day in the middle of winter, when the snowflakes fell from the sky like feathers, a queen sat at a window netting. Her netting needle was of black ebony, and as she worked and the snow glittered, she pricked her finger, and 3 drops of blood fell into the snow. The red spots looked so beautiful in the white snow that the queen thought to herself, "Oh, if only I had a little child, I should like it to be as fair as snow, as rosy as the red blood, and with hair and eyes as black as ebony." Very soon after this, the queen had a little daughter who was very fair, had rosy cheeks, and hair as black as ebony. And they gave her the name of Snow White. But at the birth of the little child, the queen died. When Snow White was a year old, the king took another wife. She was very handsome, but so proud and vain that she could not endure that anyone should surpass her in beauty. She possessed a wonderful mirror, and when she stood before it to look at herself, she would say, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, am I most beautiful of all?" Then the mirror would reply, "Young queen, thou art so wondrous fair, none can with thee at all compare." Then she would go away quite contented, for she knew that the magic mirror could speak only the truth. You understood that reference? Years went by, and as Snow White grew up, she became day after day more beautiful, till she reached the age of 7 years. And then people began to talk about her, and say that she would be more lovely even than the queen herself. So the proud woman went to her magic looking glass and asked, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, am I most beautiful of all?" But the mirror answered, "Queen, thou art lovely still to see, but Snow White will be 1,000 times more beautiful than thee." Then the queen was terrified, and turned green and yellow with jealousy. If she had caught sight of Snow White at that moment, she would have been ready to tear her heart out of her body. She hated the maiden so fiercely. And this jealousy and envy grew every day stronger and stronger in her heart, like a disease, till she had no rest day or night. At last she sent for a hunter who lived near a forest and said to him, "Hunter, I want to get rid of that child. Take her out into the wood, and if you bring me some proofs that she is dead, I will reward you handsomely. Never let her appear before my eyes again." So the hunter enticed the child into the wood, but when he took out his hunting knife to thrust into Snow White's innocent heart, she fell on her knees and wept, and said, "Ah, dear hunter, leave me my life. I will run away into the wild wood and never come home any more." She looked so innocent and beautiful as she knelt, that the hunter's heart was moved with compassion. "Run away then, thou poor child," he cried. "I cannot harm thee." Snow White thanked him so sweetly, and was out of sight in a few moments. "She'll be devoured by wild beasts," he said to himself. But the thought that he had not killed her was as if a stone weight had been lifted from his heart. To satisfy the queen, he took part of the inside of a young fawn, which the wicked woman thought was poor little Snow White, and was overjoyed to think that she was dead. But the poor little motherless child, when she found herself alone in the wood, and saw nothing but trees and leaves, was dreadfully frightened, and knew not what to do. At last she began to run over the sharp stones and through the thorns, and though the wild beasts sprang out before her, they did her no harm. She ran on as long as she could till her little feet became quite sore, and towards evening she saw, to her great joy, a pretty little house. So she went up to it and found the door open and no one at home. It was a tiny little house, but everything in it was so clean and neat and elegant that it is beyond description. In the middle of the room stood a small table, covered with a snow-white tablecloth, ready for supper. On it were arranged 7 little plates, 7 little spoons, 7 little knives and forks, and 7 mugs. By the wall stood 7 little beds, near each other, covered with white quilts. Poor Snow White, who was hungry and thirsty, ate a few vegetables and a little bread from each plate, and drank a little drop of wine from each cup, for she did not like to take all she wanted from one alone. After this, feeling very tired, she thought she would lie down and rest on one of the beds, but she found it difficult to choose one to suit her. One was too long, another too short, so she tried them all till she came to the 7th, and that was so comfortable that she laid herself down and was soon fast asleep. When it was quite dark, the masters of the house came home. They were 7 little dwarfs, who dug and searched in the mountains for minerals. First they lighted 7 little lamps, and as soon as the room was full of light, they saw that someone had been there, for everything did not stand in the order in which they had left it. Then said the first, "Who's been sitting in my little chair?" The second exclaimed, "Who's been eating from my little plate?" The third cried, "Someone has taken part of my bread." "Who's been eating my vegetables?" said the fourth. Then said the fifth, "Someone's used my fork." The sixth cried, "And who's been cutting with my knife?" "And someone has been drinking out of my cup," said the seventh. Then the eldest looked at his bed, and seeing that it looked tumbled, cried out that someone had been upon it. The others came running forward, and found all their beds in the same condition. But when the seventh approached his bed, and saw Snow White lying there fast asleep, he called the others, who came quickly, and holding their lights over their heads, cried out in wonder as they beheld the sleeping child. "Oh, what a beautiful little child," they said to each other, and were so delighted that they would not awaken her, but left her to sleep as long as she liked in the little bed, while its owner slept with one of his companions, and so the night passed away. In the morning, when Snow White awoke and saw all the dwarfs, she was terribly frightened, but they spoke kindly to her till she lost all fear, and they asked her name. "I'm called Snow White," she replied. But how came you to our house?" asked one. Then she related to them all that had happened, how her stepmother had sent her into the wood with a hunter who had spared her life, and that, after wandering about for a whole day, she'd found their house. The dwarfs talked a little while together, and then one said, "Do you think that you can be our little housekeeper, to make the beds, cook the dinner, and wash and sew and knit for us, and keep everything neat and clean and orderly? If you can, then you shall stay here with us, and nobody shall hurt you." "Oh yes, I will try," said Snow White. So they let her stay, and she was a clever little thing. She managed very well, and kept the house quite clean and in order. And while they were gone to the mountains to find gold, she got their supper ready, and they were very happy together. But every morning when they left her, the kind little dwarfs warned Snow White to be careful. While the maiden was alone, they knew she was in danger, and told her not to show herself, for her stepmother would soon find out where she was, and said, "Whatever you do, let nobody into the house while we are gone." After the wicked queen had proved, as she thought, that Snow White was dead, she felt quite satisfied that there was no one in the world now likely to become as beautiful as herself. So she stepped up to her mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's most beautiful of all?" To her vexation, the mirror replied, "Fair queen, at home there is none like thee, but over the mountains is Snow White free, with 7 little dwarfs who are strange to see, 1,000 times fairer than thou is she." The queen was furious when she heard this, for she knew the mirror was truthful, and that the hunter must have deceived her, and that Snow White still lived. So she sat and pondered over these facts, wondering what would be best to do, for as long as she was not the most beautiful woman in the land, her jealousy gave her no peace. After a time, she decided what to do. First, she painted her face and whitened her hair. Then she dressed herself in old woman's clothes, and was so disguised that no one could have recognized her. Watching an opportunity, she left the castle, and took her way to the wood near the mountains, where the 7 little dwarfs lived. When she reached the door, she knocked and cried, "Beautiful goods to sell! Beautiful goods to sell!" Snow White, when she heard it, peeped through the window and said, "Good day, old lady. What have you in your basket for me to buy?" "Everything that is pretty," she replied. "Laces and pearls and earrings and bracelets of every color." And she held up her basket, which was lined with glittering silk. "I can let in this respectable old woman," thought Snow White. "She will not harm me." So she unbolted the door and told her to come in. Oh, how delighted Snow White was with the pretty things. She bought several trinkets and a beautiful silk lace for her stays, but she did not see the evil eye of the old woman who was watching her. Presently she said, "Child, come here. I will show you how to lace your stays properly." Snow White had no suspicion, so she placed herself before the old woman that she might lace her stays. But no sooner was the lace in the holes than she began to lace so fast and pull so tight that Snow White could not breathe, and presently fell down at her feet as if dead. "Now you're beautiful indeed," said the woman, and, fancying she heard footsteps, she rushed away as quickly as she could. Not long after, the 7 dwarfs came home, and they were terribly frightened to see dear little Snow White lying on the ground without motion, as if she were dead. They lifted her up, and saw in a moment that her stays had been laced too tight. Quickly they cut the stay lace in two, till Snow White began to breathe a little, and after a time was restored to life. But when the dwarfs heard what had happened, they said, "That old market woman was no other than your wicked stepmother. Snow White, you must never again let anyone in while we are not with you." The wicked queen, when she returned home, after, as she thought, killing Snow White, went to her looking-glass and asked, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, am I most beautiful of all?" Then answered the mirror, "Queen, thou art not the fairest now. Snow White over the mountain's brow, 1,000 times fairer is than thou." Damn. When she heard this, she was so terrified that the blood rushed to her heart, for she knew that after all she had done, Snow White was still alive. "I must think of something else," she said to herself, "to get rid of that odious child." Now, this wicked queen had some knowledge of witchcraft, and she knew how to poison a comb, so that whoever used it would fall dead. This the wicked stepmother soon got ready, and dressing herself again like an old woman, but quite different from the last, she started off to travel over the mountains to the dwarf's cottage. When Snow White heard the old cry, "Goods to sell, fine goods to sell," she looked out of the window and said, go away, I must not let you in." "Look at this then," said the woman. "You shall have it for your own if you like." And she held up before the child's eyes the bright tortoise-shell comb which she had poisoned. You just realized that looking glass meant mirror. Poor Snow White could not refuse such a present, so she opened the door and let the woman in, quite forgetting the advice of the dwarfs. After she had bought a few things, the old woman said, "Let me try this comb in your hair. It is so fine it will make it beautifully smooth and glossy." So Snow White, thinking no wrong, stood before the woman to have her hair dressed. But no sooner had the comb touched the roots of her hair than the poison took effect, and the maiden fell to the ground lifeless. "You paragon of beauty," said the wicked woman. "All has just happened as I expected." And then she went away quickly. Fortunately, evening soon arrived, and the 7 dwarfs returned home. When they saw Snow White lying dead on the ground, they knew at once that the stepmother had been there again. But on seeing the poisoned comb in her hair, they pulled it out quickly, and Snow White very soon came to herself, and related all that had passed. Again, they warned her not to let anyone enter the house during their absence, and on no account to open the door. But Snow White was not clever enough to resist her clever, wicked stepmother, and she forgot to obey. The wicked queen felt sure now that she had really killed Snow White. So as soon as she returned home, she went to her looking-glass and inquired, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is most beautiful of all?" But the mirror replied, "Queen, thou art the fairest here, but not when Snow White is near. O'er the mountains still is she, fairer 1,000 times than thee." As the looking-glass thus replied, the queen trembled and quaked with rage. "Snow White shall die," cried she, "if it costs me my own life." Then she went into a lonely, forbidden chamber where no one was allowed to come, and poisoned a beautiful apple. Outwardly, it looked ripe and tempting, of a pale green with rosy cheeks, so that it made everyone's mouth water to look at, but whoever ate it, even a small piece, must die. As soon as this apple was ready, the wicked queen painted her face, disguised her hair, dressed herself as a farmer's wife, and went again over the mountains to the dwarf's cottage. When she knocked at the door, Snow White stretched her head out of the window and said, "I dare not let you in. The 7 dwarves have forbidden me." "But I am all right," said the farmer's wife. "Stay, I will show you my apples. Are they not beautiful? Let me make you a present of one." "No, thank you," cried Snow White. "I dare not take it." "What?" cried the woman. "Are you afraid it is poisoned? Look here now, I will cut the apple in halves. You shall have the rosy cheek side, and I will eat the other." The apple was so cleverly made that the red side alone was poisonous. Snow White longed so much for the beautiful fruit as she saw the farmer's wife eat one half that she could not any longer resist, but stretched out her hand from the window and took the poisoned half. But no sooner had she taken one mouthful than she fell on the ground dead. Then the wicked queen glanced in at the window with a horrible look in her eye, and laughed aloud as she exclaimed, "White as snow, red as blood, and black as ebony. This time the dwarves will not be able to wake thee." And as soon as she arrived at home and asked her mirror who was the most beautiful in the land, it replied, "Fair queen, there's none at all in the land as beautiful as thou." Then had her envious heart rest. At least such rest as a heart full of envy and malice ever can have. The little dwarves, when they came home in the evening, found poor Snow White on the ground. But though they lifted her up, there were no signs of breath from her mouth, and they found she was really dead. Yet they tried in every way to restore her. They tried to extract the poison from her lips, they combed her hair and washed it with wine and water, but all to no purpose. The dear child gave no signs of life, and at last they knew she was dead. Then they laid her on a bier, and the 7 dwarves seated themselves round her, and wept and mourned for 3 days. They would have buried her then, but there was no change in her appearance. Her face was as fresh, and her cheeks and lips had their usual color. Then said one, "We cannot lay this beautiful child in the dark, cold earth." So they agreed to have a coffin made entirely of glass, transparent all over, that they might watch for any signs of decay. And they wrote in letters of gold her name on the lid, and that she was the daughter of a king. The coffin was placed at the side of the mountain, and each of them watched it by turns, so that it was never left alone. And the birds of the air came near and mourned for Snow White, first the owl, then the raven, and at last the dove. Snow White lay for a long, long time in the glass coffin, but showed not the least signs of decay. It seemed as if she slept, for her skin was snow white, her cheeks rosy red, and her hair black as ebony. It happened one day that the son of a king, while riding in the forest, came by chance upon the dwarf's house and asked for a night's lodging. As he left the next morning, he saw the coffin on the mountainside, with beautiful Snow White lying in it, and read what was written upon the lid in letters of gold. Then he said to the dwarves, "Let me have this coffin, and I will give you for it whatever you ask." But the elder dwarf answered, "We would not give it to thee for all the gold in the world." But the prince answered, "Let me have it as a gift, then. I know not why, but my heart is drawn towards this beautiful child, and I feel I cannot live without her. If you will let me have her, she shall be treated with the greatest honor and respect as one dearly beloved." As he thus spoke, the good little dwarves were full of sympathy for him, and gave him the coffin. Then the prince called his servants, and the coffin was placed on their shoulders, and they carried it away, followed by the king's son, who watched it carefully. Now, it happened that one of them made a false step and stumbled. This shook the coffin and caused the poisoned piece of apple which Snow White had bitten to roll out of her mouth. After a little while after, she suddenly opened her eyes, lifted up the coffin lid, raised herself, and was again alive. "Oh, where am I?" she cried. Full of joy, the king's son approached her and said, "Dear Snow White, you are safe. You are with me." Then he related to her all that had happened, and what the little dwarves had told him about her, and said at last, "I love you better than all in the world, besides dear Snow White, and you must come with me to my father's castle and be my wife." Then was Snow White taken out of the coffin and placed in a carriage to travel with the prince, and the king was so pleased with his son's choice that the marriage was soon after celebrated with great pomp and magnificence. Now, it happened that the stepmother of Snow White was invited, among other guests, to the wedding feast. Before she left her house, she stood in her rich dress before the magic mirror to admire her own appearance, but she could not help saying, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, am I most beautiful of all?" Then, to her surprise, the mirror replied, "Fair queen, thou art the fairest here, but at the palace now, the bride will prove 1,000 times more beautiful than thou." Then the wicked woman uttered a curse, and was so dreadfully alarmed that she knew not what to do. At first, she declared that she would not go to this wedding at all, but she felt it impossible to rest until she had seen the bride, so she determined to go. But what was her astonishment and vexation when she recognized in the young bride Snow White herself, had now grown to a charming young woman, and richly dressed in royal robes. Her rage and terror were so great that she stood still and could not move for some minutes. At last she went into the ballroom, but the slippers she wore were to her as iron bands full of coals of fire, in which she was obliged to dance. And so in the red glowing shoes she continued to dance till she fell dead on the floor, a sad example of envy and jealousy. You know, I really don't remember it going this way. But yeah, it was pretty sus. They don't exactly talk about the time skip here, but yeah, because like, wasn't she like around 7, 8 when the queen started poisoning, kicked her out or something, and the huntsman was supposed to do? I kind of don't remember this being, well, they don't exactly say exactly how much time passes in this whole thing, but I mean, they did kind of qualify it, like, you know, later on, saying that, oh, she's all grown up. A charming young woman. Good. So I guess this means that she's not, like, still 8. But yeah, that was pretty trippy. And I did not remember how the queen, like, got it in the end. I'm like, okay, well. I mean, she died from wearing bad shoes. Okay. Yeah. Also, it's weird that a guy would ask to keep a random girl's corpse. True enough. Find a cute girl in a coffin. Apparently she's dead, but she's not decaying. Okay, so she's asleep, maybe. But you see a beautiful apparent well-preserved corpse, and your first thought is, I can has. I mean, I'm not usually one to judge kinks, but that is a bit sus. Anyway, so been a while since I've actually heard or read the classic traditional Snow White, so this was actually a pretty interesting read. So, on to the next story. This one is called The Enchanted Stag, which isn't at all sus sounding. The Enchanted Stag. There were once a brother and sister who loved each other dearly. Their mother was dead, and their father had married again a woman who was most unkind and cruel to them. One day, whoops, what's this? Hang on a sec. Let me be right back. It started to pour. Let me close the windows real quick. Sorry. It looks like it's going to be raining in your area all this week. Yeah, it was pretty wild. I got caught outside in... It just suddenly opened up and it was like this wild downpour. It all just kind of came down like poof, like monsoon level. But it only lasted for like about 10, 15 minutes. This is at least just like a regular normal rain, but that was pretty trippy. So, anyway... The dog's paws get a bit muddy, so I have to keep cleaning him before he gets back in the house. Yeah, that stray cat, she's disappeared. I assume she's off to like whatever like place that she normally waits out the rain and stuff before I came along. So, she's not in like the little box that I have out in the porch for her. So I assume she's just kind of hanging around. The Enchanted Stag. There were once a brother and sister who loved each other dearly. Their mother was dead, and their father had married again a woman who was most unkind and cruel to them. One day, the boy took his sister's hand and said to her, "Dear little sister, since our mother died, we have not had one happy hour. Our stepmother gives us dry, hard crusts for dinner and supper. She often knocks us about and threatens to kick us out of the house. Even the little dogs under the table fare better than we do, for she often throws them nice pieces to eat. Heaven pity us. Oh, if our dear mother knew. Come, let us go out into the wide world." So they went out, and wandered over fields and meadows the whole day till evening. At last they found themselves in a large forest. It began to rain, and the little sister said, See, brother, heaven and our hearts weep together. At last, tired out with hunger and sorrow, and the long journey, they crept into a hollow tree, laid themselves down, and slept till morning. When they awoke, the sun was high in the heavens, and shone brightly into the hollow tree, so they left their place of shelter and wandered away in search of water. I am so thirsty," said the boy. "If we could only find a brook or a stream." He stopped to listen and said, "Stay, I think I hear a running stream." So he took his sister by the hand, and they ran together to find it. Now, the stepmother of these poor children was a wicked witch. She had seen the children go away, and, following them cautiously like a snake, had bewitched all the springs and streams in the forest. The pleasant trickling of a brook over the pebbles was heard by the children as they reached it, and the boy was just stooping to drink when the sister heard in the babbling of the brook, "Whoever drinks of me, a tiger soon will be." Then she cried quickly, "Stay, brother, stay! Do not drink, or you will become a wild beast and tear me to pieces." Thirsty as he was, the brother conquered his desire to drink at her words, and said, "Dear sister, I will wait till we come to a spring." So they wandered further, but as they approached, she heard in the bubbling spring of the words, "Who drinks of me, a wolf will be." "Brother, I pray you, do not drink of this brook. You will be changed into a wolf and devour me." Again the brother denied himself and promised to wait, but he said, "At the next stream I must drink. Say what you will, my thirst is so great." Not far off ran a pretty streamlet, looking clear and bright. But here also in its murmuring waters the sister heard the words, "Who dares to drink of me, turned to a stag will be." "Dear brother, do not drink," she began, but she was too late, for her brother had already knelt by the stream to drink, and as the first drop of water touched his lips, he became a fawn. How the little sister wept over the enchanted brother, and the fawn wept also. He did not run away, but stayed close to her, and at last she said, "Stand still, dear fawn, don't fear. I must take care of you, but I will never leave you." So she untied her little golden garter and fastened it round the neck of the fawn. Then she gathered some soft green rushes and braided them into a soft string, which she fastened to the fawn's golden collar, and then led him away into the depths of the forest. After wandering about for some time, they at last found a little deserted hut, and the sister was overjoyed, for she thought it would form a nice shelter for them both. So she led the fawn in, and then went out alone to gather moss and dried leaves to make him a soft bed. Every morning she went out to gather dried roots, nuts, and berries for her own food, and sweet fresh grass for the fawn, which he ate out of her hand. And the poor little animal went out with her, and played about as happy as the day was long. When evening came, and the poor sister felt tired, she would kneel down and say her prayers, and then lay her delicate head on the fawn's back, which was a soft, warm pillow, on which she could sleep peacefully. Had this dear brother only kept his own proper form, how happy would they have been together. After they'd been alone in the forest for some time, and the little sister had grown a lovely maiden, and the fawn a large stag, a numerous hunting party came to the forest, and amongst them the king of the country. The sounding horn, the barking of the dogs, the hollow of the huntsman, resounded through the forest and were heard by the stag, who became eager to join his companions. "Oh dear," he said. "Oh dear, ha ha. Do not let me go and see the hunt. I cannot restrain myself." And he begged so hard that at last she reluctantly consented. "But remember," she said, "I must lock the cottage door against those huntsmen, so when you come back in the evening and knock, I will not admit you, unless you say, 'Dear little sister, let me in.'" He bounded off as she spoke, scarcely stopping to listen, for it was so delightful to him to breathe the fresh air and be free again. He had not run far when the king's chief hunter caught sight of the beautiful animal and started off in chase of him. But it was no easy matter to overtake such rapid footsteps. Once, when he thought he had him safe, the fawn sprang over the bushes and disappeared. As it was now nearly dark, he ran up to the little cottage, knocked at the door, and cried, "Dear little sister, let me in." The door was instantly opened, and oh how glad his sister was to see him safely resting on a soft, pleasant bed. A few days after this, the huntsmen were again in the forest, and when the fawn heard their hollows, he could not rest in peace, but begged his sister again to let him go. She opened the door and said, "I will let you go this time, but pray do not forget to say what I told you when you return this evening." The chief hunter very soon espied the beautiful fawn with the golden collar, pointed it out to the king, and they determined to hunt it. They chased him with all their skill to the evening, but he was too light and nimble for them to catch, till a shot wounded him slightly in the foot, so that he was obliged to hide himself in the bushes, and, after the huntsmen were gone, limped slowly home. One of them, however, determined to follow him at a distance and discover where he went. What was his surprise at seeing him go up to a door and knock, and to hear him say, "Dear little sister, let me in." The door was only opened a little way and quickly shut, but the huntsman had seen enough to make him full of wonder when he returned and described to the king what he had seen. "We will have one more chase tomorrow," said the king, "and discover this mystery." In the meantime, the loving sister was terribly alarmed at finding the stag's foot wounded and bleeding. She quickly washed off the blood, and after bathing the wound, placed healing herbs on it, and said, "Lie down on your bed, dear fawn, and the wound will soon heal if you rest your foot." In the morning, the wound was so much better that the fawn felt the foot alone was almost as strong as ever, and so, when he again heard the holloa of the hunters, he could not rest. "Oh, dear sister, I must go once more. It will be easy for me to avoid the hunters now, and my foot feels quite well. They will not hunt me unless they see me running, and I don't mean to do that." But his sister wept and begged him not to go. "If they kill you, dear fawn, I shall be here alone in the forest, forsaken by the whole world." "And I shall die of grief," he said, "if I remain here listening to the hunter's horn." So at length his sister, with a heavy heart, set him free, and he bounded away joyfully into the forest. As soon as the king caught sight of him, he said to the huntsman, "Follow that stag about, but don't hurt him." So they hunted him all day, but at the approach of sunset, the king said to the hunter who had followed the fawn the day before, "Come and show me the little cottage." So they went together, and when the king saw it, he sent to his companions home, and went on alone so quickly that he arrived there before the fawn, and, going up to the little door, knocked and said softly, "Dear little sister, let me in." As the door opened, the king stepped in, and in great astonishment saw a maiden more beautiful than he had ever seen in his life standing before him. But how frightened she was to see, instead of her dear little fawn, a noble gentleman walk in with a gold crown on his head. However, he appeared very friendly, and after a little talk, he held out his hand to her and said, "Wilt thou go with me to my castle and be my dear wife?" "Ah, yes," replied the maiden, "I would willingly, but I cannot leave my dear fawn. He must go with me wherever I am." "He shall remain with you as long as you live," replied the king, "and I will never ask you to forsake him." While they were talking, the fawn came bounding in, looking quite well and happy. Then his sister fastened a string of rushes to his collar, took it in her hand, and led him away from the cottage in the wood to where the king's beautiful horse waited for him. The king placed the maiden before him on his horse and rode away to his castle, the fawn following by their side. Soon after, their marriage was celebrated with great splendor, and the fawn was taken the greatest care of, and played where he pleased, or roamed about on the castle grounds in happiness and safety. In the meantime, the wicked stepmother, who had caused these two young people such misery, supposed that the sister had been devoured by wild beasts, and that the fawn had been hunted to death. Therefore, when she heard of their happiness, such envy and malice arose in her heart that she could find no rest until she had tried to destroy it. She and her ugly daughter came to the castle when the queen had a little baby, and one of them pretended to be a nurse, and at last got the mother and child into their power. They shut the queen up in the bath and tried to suffocate her, and the old woman put her own ugly daughter in the queen's bed that the king might not know she was away. She would not, however, let him speak to her, but pretended that she must be kept quite quiet. The queen escaped from the bathroom, where the wicked old woman had locked her up, but she did not go far, as she wanted to watch over her child and the little fawn. For 2 nights, the baby's nurse saw a figure of the queen come into the room and take up her baby and nurse it. Then she told the king, and he determined to watch himself. The old stepmother, who acted as nurse to her ugly daughter, whom she tried to make the king believe was his wife, had said that the queen was too weak to see him, and never left her room. "There cannot be 2 queens," said the king to himself, "so tonight I will watch in the nursery." As soon as the figure came in and took up her baby, he saw it was his real wife, and caught her in his arms, saying, "You are my own beloved wife, as beautiful as ever." The wicked witch had thrown her into a trance, hoping she would die, and that the king would then marry her daughter. But on the king speaking to her, the spell was broken. The queen told the king how cruelly she had been treated by her stepmother, and on hearing this he became very angry, and had the witch and her daughter brought to justice. They were both sentenced to die, the daughter to be devoured by wild beasts, and the mother to be burnt alive. No sooner, however, was she reduced to ashes than the charm on which held the queen's brother in the form of a stag was broken. He recovered his own natural shape, and appeared before them a tall, handsome young man. After this, the father and brother and sister lived happily and peacefully for the rest of their lives. So, I have never heard that. Well, yeah, no, I don't think I've ever heard that one before. That was another pretty wild one. So, okay. Let's see, this one, so Hansel and Gretel, I've actually read before. I read actually a couple of weeks ago from a different book. So let me skip over that. And instead, we will go over to... Oh wait, there you go. So this one... Stop me if you've heard this one before. So, the story of Aladdin, or the Wonderful Lamp, because it's all about the lamp. Aladdin's a side character, man. In one of the large and rich cities of China, there once lived a tailor named Mustafa. He was very poor. He could hardly, by his daily labor, maintain himself and his family, which consisted of only of his wife and a son. His son, who was called Aladdin, was a very careless and idle fellow. He was disobedient to his father and mother, and would go out early in the morning and stay out all day, playing in the streets and public places with idle children of his own age. When he was old enough to learn a trade, his father took him into his own shop and taught him how to use his needle. But all his father's endeavors to keep him to his work were in vain, for no sooner was his back turned than he was gone for that day. Mustafa chastised him, but Aladdin was incorrigible, and his father, to his great grief, was forced to abandon him to his idleness, and was so much troubled about him that he felt sick and died in a few months. Aladdin, who was now no longer restrained by the fear of a father, gave himself entirely over to his idle habits, and was never out of the streets from his companions. This course he followed until he was 15 years old, without giving his mind to any useful pursuit, or the least reflection on what would become of him. As he was one day playing, according to custom, in the street with his evil associates, a stranger passing by stood to observe him. This stranger was a sorcerer, known as the African magician, as he had been but 2 days arrived from Africa, his native country. The African magician, observing in Aladdin's countenance something which assured him that he was a fit boy for his purpose, inquired his name and history of some of his companions, and when he had learnt all he desired to know, went up to him, and taking him aside from his comrades, said, "Child, was not your father called Mustafa the tailor?" "Yes, sir," answered the boy, "but he's been dead a long time." At these words, the African magician threw his arms about Aladdin's neck, and kissed him several times, with tears in his eyes, and said, "I am your uncle. Your worthy father was my own brother. I knew you at first sight, you are so like him." Then he gave Aladdin a handful of small money, saying, "Go, my son, to your mother, give my love to her, and tell her that I will visit her tomorrow, that I may see where my good brother lived so long, and ended his days." Aladdin ran to his mother, overjoyed at the money his uncle had given him. "Mother," said he, "have I an uncle?" "No, child," replied his mother, "you have no uncle by your father's side or mine." "I am just now come," said Aladdin, "from a man who says he is my uncle and my father's brother. He cried and kissed me when I told him my father was dead, and gave me money, sending his love to you, and promising to come and pay you a visit, that he may see the house my father lived and died in." "Indeed, child," replied the mother, "your father had no brother, nor have you an uncle." The next day the magician found Aladdin playing in another part of the town, and embracing him as before, put 2 pieces of gold into his hand, and said to him, "Carry this child to your mother. Tell her that I will come and see her tonight, and bid her get us something for supper. But first show me the house where you live." Aladdin showed the African magician the house, and carried the 2 pieces of gold to his mother, who went out and bought provisions, and, considering she wanted various utensils, borrowed them of her neighbors. She spent the whole day in preparing the supper, and at night, when it was ready, said to her son, "Perhaps the stranger knows not how to find our house. Go and bring him if you meet with him." Aladdin was just ready to go when the magician knocked at the door, and came in loaded with wine and all sorts of fruits, which he brought for dessert. After he had given what he brought into Aladdin's hands, he saluted his mother, and desired her to show him the place where his brother Mustafa used to sit down on the sofa, and when she had so done, he fell down and kissed it several times, crying out with tears in his eyes, "My poor brother, how unhappy am I, not to have come soon enough to give you one last embrace." Aladdin's mother desired him to sit down in the same place, but he declined. "No," said he, "I shall not do that, but give me leave to sit the opposite to it, that although I see not the master of a family so dear to me, I may at least behold the place where he used to sit." When the magician had made a choice of a place and sat down, he began to enter into discourse with Aladdin's mother. "My good sister," said he, "do not be surprised at your never having seen me all the time you have been married to my brother Mustafa of happy memory. I have been 40 years absent from this country, which is my native place, as well as my late brother's. And during that time we have traveled into the Indies, Persia, Arabia, Syria, and Egypt, and afterward crossed over into Africa, where I took up my abode. At last, as it is natural for a man, I was desirous to see my native country again, and to embrace my dear brother, and finding I had strength enough to undertake so long a journey, I made the necessary preparations and set out. Nothing ever afflicted me so much as hearing of my brother's death. But God be praised for all things. It is a comfort for me to find, as it were, my brother and a son, who has his most remarkable features. The African magician, perceiving that the widow wept at the remembrance of her husband, changed the conversation, and, turning towards her son, asked him, "What business do you follow? Are you of any trade?" At this question the youth hung down his head, and was not a little abashed when his mother answered, "Aladdin is an idle fellow. His father, when alive, strove all he could to teach him his trade, but could not succeed, and since his death, notwithstanding all I can say to him, he does nothing but idle away his time in the streets, as you saw him, without considering he is no longer a child. And if you do not make him ashamed of it, I despair of his ever coming to any good. For my part, I am resolved, one of these days, to turn him out of doors, and let him provide for himself." After these words, Aladdin's mother burst into tears, and the magician said, "This is not well, nephew. You must think of helping yourself, and getting your livelihood. There are many sorts of trades. Perhaps you do not like your father's, and would prefer another. I will endeavor to help you. If you have no mind to learn any handicraft, I will take a shop for you, furnish it with all of the fine stuffs and linens, and then with the money you make of them, you can lay in fresh goods, and live in an honorable way. Tell me freely what you think of my proposal. You shall always find me ready to keep my word." This plan just suited Aladdin, who hated work. He told the magician he had a greater inclination to that business than to any other, and that he should be much obliged to him for his kindness. "Well then," said the African magician, "I will carry you with me tomorrow, clothe you as handsomely as the best merchants in the city, and afterward we will open a shop as I mentioned." The widow, after his promises of kindness to her son, no longer doubted that the magician was her husband's brother. She thanked him for his good intentions, and after having exhorted Aladdin to render himself worthy of his uncle's favor, served up supper, at which they talked of several indifferent matters, and then the magician took his leave and retired. He came again the next day, as he had promised, and took Aladdin with him to a merchant, who sold all sorts of clothes for different ages and ranks, ready-made, and a variety of fine stuffs, and bade Aladdin choose those that he preferred, which he paid for. When Aladdin found himself so handsomely equipped, he returned his uncle thanks, who thus addressed him: "As you are soon to be a merchant, it is proper you should frequent these shops and be acquainted with them." He then showed him the largest and finest mosques, carried him to the khans or inns where the merchants and travelers lodged, and afterward to the Sultan's palace, where he had free access, and at last brought him to his own khan, where, meeting with some merchants he had become acquainted with since his arrival, he gave them a treat, to bring them and his pretended nephew acquainted. This entertainment lasted all night. When Aladdin would have taken his leave of his uncle to go home, the magician would not let him go by himself, but conducted him to his mother, who, as soon as she saw him so well dressed, was transported with joy, and bestowed 1,000 blessings upon the magician. Early the next morning, the magician called again for Aladdin, and said that he would take him to spend that day in the country, and on the next he would purchase the shop. He then led him out at one of the gates of the city, to some magnificent palaces, to each of which belonged beautiful gardens, into which anyone might enter. At every building he came to, he asked Aladdin if he did not think it fine, and the youth was ready to answer when anyone presented itself, crying out, "Here is a finer house, uncle, than any we have yet seen." By this artifice, the cunning magician led Aladdin some way into the country, And as he meant to carry him further, to execute his design, he took an opportunity to sit down in one of the gardens, on the brink of a fountain of clear water, which discharged itself by a lion's mouth of bronze into a basin, pretending to be tired. "Come, nephew," said he, "you must be very weary as well as I. Let us rest ourselves, and we shall be better able to pursue our walk." The magician next pulled from his girdle a handkerchief with cakes and fruit. Then during this short repast he exhorted his nephew to leave off bad company, and to seek that of wise and prudent men, to improve by their conversation. "For," said he, "you will soon be at man's estate, and you cannot too early begin to imitate their example." When they had eaten as much as they liked, they got up and pursued their walk through gardens separated from one another only by small ditches, which marked out the limits without interrupting the communication. So great was the confidence the inhabitants reposed in each other. By this means the African magician drew Aladdin insensibly beyond the gardens, and crossed the country till they nearly reached the mountains. At last they arrived between two mountains of moderate height and equal size, divided by a narrow valley, which was the place where the magician intended to execute the design which had brought him from Africa to China. "We shall go no farther now," said he to Aladdin. "I will show you here some extraordinary things, which, when you have seen, you will thank me for. But while I strike a light, gather all the loose sticks that you can see to kindle a fire with." Aladdin found so many dried sticks that he soon collected a great heap. The magician presently set them on fire, and when they were in a blaze, threw in some incense, producing several magical words, which Aladdin did not understand. He had scarcely done so when the earth opened just before the magician, and discovered a stone with a brass ring fixed in it. Aladdin was so frightened that he would have run away, but the magician caught hold of him and gave him such a box on the ear that he knocked him down. Aladdin got up trembling, and with tears in his eyes said to the magician, "What have I done, uncle, to be treated in this severe manner?" "I am your uncle," answered the magician. "I supply the place of your father, and you ought to make no reply. But child," added he, softening, "do not be afraid, for I shall not ask anything of you, but that you obey me punctually, if you would reap the advantages which I intend you. Know then that under this stone there is hidden a treasure destined to be yours, and which will make you richer than the greatest monarch in the world. No person but yourself is permitted to lift the stone or enter the cave, so you must punctually execute what I may command, for it is a matter of great consequence both to you and me." Aladdin, amazed at all he saw and heard, forgot what was past, and rising, said, "Well, uncle, what is to be done? Command me, I am ready to obey." "I am overjoyed, child," said the African magician, embracing him. "Take hold of the ring, and lift up that stone." "Indeed, uncle," replied Aladdin, "I am not strong enough. You must help me." "You have no occasion for my assistance," answered the magician. "If I help you, we shall be able to do nothing. Take hold of the ring and lift it up. You will find it will come easy." Aladdin did as the magician bade him, raised the stone with ease, and laid it on one side. When the stone was pulled up, there appeared a staircase about 3 or 4 feet deep, leading to a door. "Descend, my son," said the African magician, "those steps and open that door. It will lead you into a palace divided into 3 great halls. In each of these you will see 4 large brass cisterns placed on each side, full of gold and silver, but take care you do not meddle with them. Before you enter the first hall, be sure to tuck up your robe, wrap it around you, and then pass through the second into the third without stopping. Above all things, have a care that you do not touch the walls as much with your clothes, for if you do, you will die instantly. At the end of the third hall, you will find a door which opens into a garden, planted with fine trees loaded with fruit. Walk directly across the garden to a terrace where you will see a niche before you, and in that niche a lighted lamp. Take the lamp down and put it out. When you have thrown away the wick and poured out the liquor, put it in your waistband and bring it to me. Do not be afraid that the liquor will spoil your clothes, for it is not oil, and the lamp will be as dry as soon as it is thrown out. The Disney still stuff. After these words, the magician drew a ring off his finger and put it on one of Aladdin's, saying, "It is a talisman against all evil, so long as you obey me. Go therefore boldly, and we shall both be rich all our lives." Aladdin descended the steps, and opening the door, found the 3 halls just as the African magician had described. He went through them with all the precaution the fear of death could inspire, crossed the garden without stopping, took down the lamp from the niche, threw out the wick and the liquor, and, as the magician had desired, put it in his waistband. But as he came down from the terrace, seeing it was perfectly dry, he stopped in the garden to observe the trees, which were loaded with extraordinary fruit of different colors on each tree. Some bore fruit entirely white, and some clear and transparent as crystal, some pale red, and others deeper, some green, blue, and purple, and others yellow. In short, there was fruit of all colors. The white were pearls, the clear and transparent diamonds, the deep red rubies, the paler balas rubies, the green emeralds, the blue turquoises, the purple amethysts, and the yellow sapphires. Aladdin, ignorant of their value, would have preferred figs, or grapes, or pomegranates, but as he had his uncle's permission, he resolved to gather some of every sort. Having filled the 2 new purses his uncle had brought for him with his clothes, he wrapped up some in the skirts of his vest, and crammed in his bosom as full as it could hold. Aladdin, having thus loaded himself with riches of which he knew not the value, returned through the 3 halls with the utmost precaution, and soon arrived at the mouth of the cave, where the African magician awaited him with the utmost impatience. As soon as Aladdin saw him, he cried out, "Pray, uncle, lend me your hand to help me out." "Give me the lamp first," replied the magician. "It will be troublesome to you." "Indeed, uncle," said Aladdin, "I cannot now, but I will as soon as I come up." The African magician was determined that he would have the lamp before he would help him up, and Aladdin, who had encumbered himself so much that with his fruit that he could not well get at it, refused to give it to him until he was out of the cave. The African magician, provoked at this obstinate refusal, flew into a passion, threw a little of his incense into the fire, and pronounced 2 magical words. When the stone had closed the mouth of the staircase, moved into its place, with the earth over it in the same manner as it lay in the arrival of the magician and Aladdin. This action of the magician plainly revealed to Aladdin that he was no uncle of his, but one who designed him evil. The truth was, he had learned from his magic books the secret and the value of this wonderful lamp, the owner of which would be made richer than any earthly ruler, and hence his journey to China. His art had also told him that he was not permitted to take it himself, but must receive it as a voluntary gift from the hands of another person. Hence he employed young Aladdin, and hoped by a mixture of kindness and authority to make him obedient to his word and will. When he found that his attempt had failed, he set out to return to Africa, but avoided the town, lest any person who had seen him leave in company with Aladdin should make inquiries after the youth. Aladdin, being suddenly enveloped in darkness, cried and called out to his uncle to tell him he was ready to give him the lamp, but in vain, since his cries could not be heard. He descended to the bottom of the steps, with a design to get into the palace, but the door, which was opened before by enchantment, was now shut by the same means. He then redoubled his cries and tears, sat down on the steps without any hopes of ever seeing light again, and in an expectation of passing from the present darkness to a speedy death. In this great emergency, he said, there is no strength or power but in the great and high God. And in joining his hands to pray, he rubbed the ring which the magician had put on his finger. Immediately a genie of frightful aspect appeared, and said, "What wouldst thou have? I am ready to obey thee. I serve him who possesses the ring on thy finger, I and the other slaves of that ring." At another time, Aladdin would have been frightened at the sight of so extraordinary a figure, but the danger he was in made him answer without hesitation, "Whoever thou art, deliver me from this place." He had no sooner spoken these words than he found himself on the very spot where the magician had last left him, and no sight of cave or opening, nor disturbance of the earth. Returning God thanks to find himself once more in the world, he made the best of his way home. When he got within his mother's door, the joy to see her and his weakness for want of sustenance made him so faint that he remained for a long time as dead. As soon as he recovered, he related to his mother all that had happened to him, and they were both very vehement in their complaints of the cruel magician. Aladdin slept very soundly till late the next morning, when the first thing he said to his mother was that he wanted something to eat, and wished she would give him his breakfast. "Alas, child, I have not a single bread to give you. You ate up all the provisions I had in the house yesterday. But I have a little cotton which I have spun. I will go out and sell it, and buy bread and something for our dinner." "Mother," replied Aladdin, "keep your cotton for another time, and give me the lamp I brought home with me yesterday. I will go and sell it, and the money I shall get for it will serve both for breakfast and dinner, and perhaps supper too." Aladdin's mother took the lamp and said to her son, "Here it is, but it's very dirty. If it were a little cleaner, I believe it would bring something more." She took some fine sand and water to clean it, but had no sooner begun to rub it than in an instant a hideous genie of gigantic size appeared before her, and said to her in a voice of thunder, "What wouldst thou have? I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those who have that lamp in their hands, I and the other slaves of the lamp." Aladdin's mother, terrified at the sight of the genie, fainted, when Aladdin, who had seen such a phantom in the cavern, snatched the lamp out of his mother's hand, and said to the genie boldly, "I'm hungry, bring me something to eat." The genie disappeared immediately, and in an instant returned with a large silver tray, holding 12 covered dishes of the same metal, which contained the most delicious viands, 6 large white bread cakes on 2 plates, 2 flagons of wine, and 2 silver cups. All these he placed upon a carpet and disappeared. This was done before Aladdin's mother recovered from her swoon. I wish I had a lamp to wrap it. Don't we all? Aladdin had fetched some water, and sprinkled it in her face to recover her. Whether that or the smell of the meat affected her cure, it was not long before she came to herself. "Mother," said Aladdin, "be not afraid. Get up and eat. Here is what will put you in heart, and at the same time satisfy my extreme hunger." His mother was much surprised to see the great tray, 12 dishes, 6 loaves, the 2 flagons and cups, and to smell the savory odor which exhaled from the dishes. "Child," said she, "to whom are we obliged for this great plenty and liberality? Has the Sultan been made acquainted with our poverty, and has compassion on us?" "It is no matter, mother," said Aladdin. "Let us sit down and eat, for you have almost as much need of a good breakfast as myself. When we are done, I will tell you." Accordingly, both mother and son sat down and ate with a better relish, as the table was so well furnished. But all the time Aladdin's mother could not forbear looking at and admiring the tray and dishes, though she could not judge whether they were silver or any other metal, and the novelty more than the value attracted her attention. The mother and son sat at breakfast till it was dinner time, and then they thought it would be best to put the 2 meals together. Yet, After this, they found they should have enough left for supper, and 2 meals for the next day. When Aladdin's mother had taken away and set by what was left, she went and sat down by her son on the sofa, saying, "I expect now that you should satisfy my impatience and tell me exactly what passed between the genie and you while I was in a swoon," which he readily complied with. She was in as great amazement at what her son told her as at the appearance of the genie, and said to him, "But, son, what have we to do with genies? I never heard that any of my acquaintances had ever seen one. How came that vile genie to address himself to me, and not to you, to whom he had appeared before in the cave?" "Mother," answered Aladdin, "the genie you saw is not the one who appeared to me. If you remember, he that I first saw called himself the slave of the ring on my finger, and this you saw called himself the slave of the lamp you had in your hand. But I believe you did not hear him, for I think you fainted as soon as he began to speak." "What?" cried the mother. "Was your lamp then the occasion of that cursed genie's addressing himself rather to me than to you? Ha, my son, take it out of my sight and put it where you please. I had rather you would sell it than run the hazard of being frightened to death again by touching it. And if you would take my advice, you would part also with the ring, and not have anything to do with genies, who, as our prophet has told us, are only devils." "With your leave, mother," replied Aladdin, "I shall now take care how I sell a lamp which may be so serviceable to you and me. That false and wicked magician would not have undertaken so long a journey to secure this wonderful lamp if he had not known its value to exceed that of gold and silver. And since we have honestly come by it, let us make a profitable use of it, without making any great show, and exciting the envy and jealousy of our neighbors. However, since the genies frighten you so much, I will take it out of your sight, and put it where I may find it when I want it. The ring I cannot resolve to part with, for without that you had never seen me again, and though I am alive now, perhaps if it were gone, I might not be so some moments hence. Therefore, I hope you will give me leave to keep it, and to wear it always on my finger." Aladdin's mother replied that he might do what he pleased. For her part, she would have nothing to do with genies, and never say anything more about them. By the next night, they had eaten all the provisions the genie had brought, and the next day Aladdin, who could not bear the thoughts of hunger, putting one of the silver dishes tender as vest, went out very early to sell it, and addressing himself to a Jew whom he met in the streets, took him aside, and pulling out the plate, asked him if he would buy it. The cunning Jew took the dish, examined it, and as soon as he found that it was good silver, asked Aladdin at how much he would value it. Aladdin, who had never been used to such traffic, told him he would trust to his judgment and honor. The Jew was somewhat confounded at this plain dealing, and, doubting whether Aladdin understood the material or the full value of what he offered to sell, took a piece of gold out of his purse and gave it to him, although it was but the 60th part of the worth of the plate. Aladdin, taking the money very eagerly, retired with so much haste that the Jew, not content with the exorbitancy of his profit, was vexed that he had not penetrated into his ignorance, and was going to run after him to endeavor him to get more change out of the piece of gold. But he ran so fast and had got so far that it would have been impossible for him to overtake him. Before Aladdin went home, he called at a baker's, bought some cakes of bread, changed his money, and on his return gave the rest to his mother, who went and purchased provisions enough to last them some time. After this manner they lived, till Aladdin had sold the 12 dishes singly, as necessity pressed, to the Jew, for the same money, who, after the first time, durst not offer him less, for fear of losing so good a bargain. When he had sold the last dish, he had recourse to the tray, which weighed 10 times as much as the dishes, and would have carried it to his old purchaser, but that it was too large and cumbersome. Therefore, he was obliged to bring him home with him to his mother's, where, after the Jew had examined the weight of the tray, he laid down 10 pieces of gold, with which Aladdin was very well satisfied. When all the money was spent, Aladdin had recourse again to the lamp. He took it in his hands, looked for the part where his mother had rubbed it with the sand, rubbed it also, when the genie immediately appeared and said, "What wouldst thou have? I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those who have that lamp in their hands, I and the other slaves of the lamp." "I'm hungry," said Aladdin. "Bring me something to eat." The genie disappeared, and presently returned with a tray, the same number of covered dishes as before, set them down, and vanished. As soon as Aladdin found that the provisions were again expended, he took one of the dishes, and went to look for his Jew chapman. But, passing by a goldsmith's shop, the goldsmith, perceiving him, called to him and said, "My lad, I imagine that you have something to sell to the Jew, whom I often see you visit, but perhaps you do not know that he is the greatest rogue even among the Jews. I will give you the full worth of what you have to sell, or I will direct you to other merchants who will not cheat you." This offer induced Aladdin to pull his plate from tinder his vest and show it to the goldsmith, who at first sight saw that it was made of the finest silver, and asked him if he had sold such as that to the Jew. When Aladdin told him that he had sold him 12 such for a piece of gold each, "What a villain!" cried the goldsmith. "But," added he, "my son, what is past cannot be recalled. By showing you the value of this plate, which is of the finest silver we use in our shops, I will let you see how much the Jew has cheated you." The goldsmith took a pair of scales, weighed the dish, and assured him that his plate would fetch by weight 60 pieces of gold, which he offered to pay down immediately. Aladdin thanked him for his fair dealing, and never again went to any other person. Though Aladdin and his mother had an inexhaustible treasure in their lamp, and might have had whatever they wished for, yet they lived with the same frugality as before, and it may easily be supposed that the money for which Aladdin had sold the dishes and tray were sufficient to maintain them some time. During this interval, Aladdin frequented the shops of the principal merchants, where they sold cloth of gold and silver, linens, silk stuffs, and jewelry, and, oftentimes joining in on their conversation, acquired a knowledge of the world, and the desire to improve himself. By his acquaintance among the jewelers, he came to know that the fruits which he had gathered when he took the lamp were, instead of colored glass, stones of inestimable value. But he had the prudence to not mention this to anyone, not even to his mother. One day, as Aladdin was walking about the town, he heard an order proclaimed, commanding the people to shut up their shops and houses, and keep within doors while the Princess Buddir al-Budur, the Sultan's daughter, went to the bath and returned. This proclamation inspired Aladdin with eager desire to see the princess's face, which he determined to gratify by placing himself behind the door of the bath, so that he could not fail to see her face. Aladdin had not long concealed himself before the princess came. She was attended by a great crowd of ladies, slaves, and mutes, who walked on each side and behind her. When she came within 3 or 4 paces of the door of the bath, she took off her veil, and gave Aladdin an opportunity of a full view of her face. The princess was a noted beauty. Her eyes were large, lively, and sparkling, her smile bewitching, her nose faultless, her mouth small, her lips vermilion. It is not therefore surprising that Aladdin, who had never before seen such a blaze of charms, was dazzled and enchanted. After the princess had passed by and entered the bath, Aladdin quitted his hiding place and went home. His mother perceived him to be more thoughtful and melancholy than usual, and asked what had happened to make him so, or if he was ill. He then told his mother all his adventure, and concluded by declaring, "I love the princess more than I can express, and am resolved that I will ask her in marriage of the Sultan." Aladdin's mother listened with surprise to what her son had told her, but when he talked of asking the princess in marriage, she laughed aloud. "Alas, child," said she, "what are you thinking of? You must be mad to talk thus." "I assure you, mother," replied Aladdin, "that I am not mad, but in my right senses. I foresaw that you would reproach me with folly and extravagance, but I must tell you once more that I am resolved to demand the princess of the Sultan in marriage, nor do I despair of success. I have the slaves of the lamp and of the ring to help me, and you know how powerful their aid is. And I have another secret to tell you. Those pieces of glass, which I got from the trees in the garden of the subterranean palace, are jewels of inestimable value, and fit for the greatest monarchs. All the precious stones the jewelers have in Baghdad are not to be compared to mine for size or beauty, and I am sure that the offer of them will secure the favor of the Sultan. You have a large porcelain dish fit to hold them. Fetch it, and let us see how they will look when we have arranged them according to their different colors." Aladdin's mother brought the china dish. When he took the jewels out of the two purses in which he had kept them, and placed them in order according to his fancy, but the brightness and luster they emitted in the daytime, and the variety of the colors, so dazzled the eyes of both mother and son that they were astonished beyond measure. Aladdin's mother, emboldened by the sight of these rich jewels, and fearful lest her son should be guilty of greater extravagance, complied with his request, and promised to go early the next morning to the palace of the Sultan. Aladdin rose before daybreak, awakened his mother, pressing her to go to the Sultan's palace, and to get admittance, if possible, before the Grand Vizier, the other viziers, and the great officers of state went in to take their seats in the divan, where the Sultan always attended in person. Aladdin's mother took the china dish, in which they had put the jewels the day before, wrapped it in 2 fine napkins, and set forward for the Sultan's palace. When she came to the gates, the Grand Vizier, the other viziers, and the most distinguished lords of the court were just gone in. But notwithstanding the crowd of people was great, she got into the divan, a spacious hall, the entrance into which was very magnificent. She placed herself just before the Sultan, Grand Vizier, and the great lords, who sat in council, on his right and left hand. Several causes were called, according to their order, pleaded and adjudged, until the time the divan generally broke up, when the Sultan, rising, returned to his apartment, attended by the Grand Vizier. The other viziers and ministers of state then retired, as also did all those whose business had called them thither. "Hey, first-time chatter. How's it going, Hustle? Good to see you, good to see you. Glad for joining us. We are actually currently reading classic Aladdin. Like, I haven't heard this version of the story since I was a little kid. And we're talking, that's a long-ass time ago. Aladdin's mother, seeing the Sultan retire, and all the people depart, judged rightly that he would not sit again that day, and resolved to go home, and on her arrival, with much simplicity, said, "Son, I have seen the Sultan, and am very well persuaded he has seen me too, for I placed myself just before him. But he was so much taken up with those who attended on all sides of him that I pitied him, and wondered at his patience. At last I believe he was heartily tired, for he rose up suddenly, and would not hear a great many who were ready prepared to speak with him, but went away, at which I was well pleased, for indeed I began to lose all patience, and was extremely fatigued with staying so long. But there's no harm done. I will go again tomorrow. Perhaps the Sultan may not be so busy." The next morning, she repaired to the Sultan's palace with the present, as early as the day before. But when she came there, she found the gates of the divan shut. She went 6 times afterwards on the days appointed, placed herself always directly before the Sultan, but with as little success as the first morning. On the sixth day, however, after the divan was broken up, when the Sultan returned to his own apartment, he said to the Grand Vizier, "I have for some time observed a certain woman, who attends constantly every day that I give audience, with something wrapped up in a napkin. She always stands up from the beginning to the breaking up of the audience, and affects to place herself just before me. If this woman comes to our next audience, do not fail to call her, that I may hear what she has to say." Good man. The Grand Vizier made answer by lowering his hand, and then lifting it up above his head, signifying his willingness to lose it if he failed. On the next audience day, when Aladdin's mother went to the divan and placed herself in front of the Sultan as usual, the Grand Vizier immediately called the chief of the mace bearers, and pointing to her, bade him bring her before the Sultan. The old woman at once followed the mace bearer, and when she reached the Sultan, bowed her head down to the carpet which covered the platform of the throne, and remained in that posture until he bade her rise, which she had no sooner done than he said to her, "Good woman, I have observed that you stand many days from the beginning of the rising of the divan. What business brings you here?" After these words, Aladdin's mother prostrated herself a second time, and when she arose, said, "Monarch of monarchs, I beg of you to pardon the boldest of my petition, and to assure me of your pardon and forgiveness." "Well," replied the Sultan, "I'll forgive you, be it what it may, and no hurt shall come to you. Speak boldly." When Aladdin's mother had taken all these precautions, for fear of the Sultan's anger, she told him faithfully the errand on which her son had sent her, and the event which led to his making so bold a request in spite of all her remonstrances. The Sultan hearkened to this discourse without showing the least anger, but before he gave her any answer, asked her what she had brought tied up in the napkin. She took the china dish which she had set down at the foot of the throne, untied it, and presented it to the Sultan. The Sultan's amazement and surprise were inexpressible when he saw so many large, beautiful, and valuable jewels collected in the dish. He remained for some time lost in admiration. At last, when he had recovered himself, he received the present from Aladdin's mother's hand, saying, "How rich, how beautiful!" After he had admired and handled all the jewels one after another, he turned to his Grand Vizier, and showing him the dish, said, "Behold, admire, wonder, and confess that your eyes never beheld jewels so rich and beautiful before." The Vizier was charmed. "Well," continued the Sultan, "what sayest thou to such a present? Is it not worthy of the princess my daughter? And ought I not to bestow her on one who values her at so great a price?" "I cannot but own," replied the Grand Vizier, "that the present is worthy of the princess, but I beg of your majesty to grant me 3 months before you come to a final resolution. I hope before that time my son, whom you have regarded with your favor, will be able to make a nobler present than this Aladdin, who is an entire stranger to your majesty." The Sultan granted his request, and he said to the old woman, "Good woman, go home and tell your son that I agree to the proposal you have made her, but I cannot marry the princess my daughter for 3 months. At the expiration of that time, come again." Aladdin's mother returned home much more gratified than she had expected, and told her son with much joy the condescending answer which she had received from the Sultan's own mouth, and that she was to come to the divan again that day 3 months. Aladdin thought himself the most happy of all men at hearing this news, and thanked his mother for the pains she had taken in the affair, the good success of which was of such great importance to his peace that he counted every day, week, and even hour as it passed. When 2 of the 3 months were past, his mother one evening, having no oil in the house, went out to buy some, and found a general rejoicing. the houses dressed with foliage, silks, and carpeting, and every one striving to show their joy according to their ability. The streets were crowded with officers in habits of ceremony, mounted on horses richly caparisoned, each attended by a great many footmen. Aladdin's mother asked the oil merchant what was the meaning of all this preparation of public festivity. "Whence came you, good woman," said he, "that you don't know that the Grand Vizier's son is to marry the Princess Badr al-Budur, the Sultan's daughter, tonight? She will presently return from the bath, and these officers, whom you see, are to assist at the cavalcade to the palace, where the ceremony is to be solemnized." Aladdin's mother, on hearing this news, ran home very quickly. "Child," cried she, "you're undone! The Sultan's fine promises will come to naught. This night the Grand Vizier's son is to marry the Princess Badr al-Budur." At this account, Aladdin was thunderstruck, and he bethought himself of the lamp, and of the genie who had promised to obey him, and without indulging in idle words against the Sultan, the Vizier his son, he determined, if possible, to prevent the marriage. When Aladdin had got into his chamber, he took off the lamp, rubbed it in the same place as before, when immediately the genie appeared, and said to him, "What wouldst thou have? I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, I and the other slaves of the lamp." "Hear me," said Aladdin. "Thou hast hitherto obeyed me, but now I am about to impose on thee a harder task. The Sultan's daughter, who has promised me as my bride, is this night married to the son of the Grand Vizier. Bring them both hither to me immediately they retire to their bedchamber." "Master," replied the genie, "I obey you." Aladdin supped with his mother, as was their wont, and then went to his own apartment, and sat up to await the return of the genie, according to his commands. In the meantime, the festivities in honor of the princess's marriage were conducted in the Sultan's palace with great magnificence. The ceremonies were at last brought to a conclusion, and the princess and the son of the vizier retired to the bedchamber prepared for them. No sooner had they entered it and dismissed their attendants than the genie, the faithful slave of the lamp, to the great amazement and alarm of the bride and bridegroom, took up the bed, and by an agency invisible to them, transported it in an instant into Aladdin's chamber, where he set it down. "Remove the bridegroom," said Aladdin to the genie, "and keep him a prisoner till tomorrow dawn, and then return with him here." On Aladdin being left alone with the princess, he endeavored to assuage her fears, and explained to her that the treachery practiced upon him by the Sultan, her father. He then laid himself down beside her, putting a drawn scimitar between them to show that he was determined to secure her safety, and to treat her with the utmost possible respect. At break of day, the genie appeared at the appointed hour, bringing back the bridegroom, whom by breathing upon he had left motionless and entranced at the door of Aladdin's chamber during the night, and at Aladdin's command transported the couch with the bride and bridegroom on it, by the same invisible agency, into the palace of the Sultan. At the instant that the genie had set down the couch with the bride and bridegroom in their own chamber, the Sultan came to the door to offer his good wishes to his daughter. The Grand Vizier's son, who was almost perished with cold, was standing in his thin undergarment all night. No sooner heard the knocking on the door than he got out of bed and ran into the robing chamber, where he had undressed himself the night before. The Sultan, having opened the door, went to the bedside, kissed the princess on the forehead, but was extremely surprised to see her look so melancholy. She only cast him a sorrowful look, expressive of great affliction. He suspected that there was something extraordinary in this silence, and thereupon went immediately to the Sultaness's apartment, told her in what a state he had found the princess, and how she had received him. "Sire," said the Sultaness, "I will go and see her. She will not receive me in the same manner." The princess received her mother with sighs and tears, and signs of deep dejection. At last, upon her pressing on her the duty of telling her all her thoughts, she gave to the Sultaness a precise description of all that had happened to her during the night, on which the Sultaness enjoined on her the necessity of silence and discretion, as no one would give credence to so strange a tale. The Grand Vizier's son, elated with the honor of being the Sultan's son-in-law, kept silence on his part, and the events of the night were not allowed to cast the least gloom on the festivities on the following day, in continued celebration of the royal marriage. When night came, the bride and bridegroom were again attended to their chamber with the same ceremonies as on the preceding evening. Aladdin, knowing that this would be so, had already given his commands to the genie of the lamp, and no sooner were they alone than their bed was removed in the same mysterious manner as on the preceding evening, and having passed the night in the same unpleasant way, they were in the morning conveyed to the palace of the Sultan. Scarcely had they been replaced in their apartment when the Sultan came to make his compliments to his daughter, when the princess could no longer conceal from him the unhappy treatment she had been subject to, and told him all that had happened as she had already related it to her mother. The Sultan, on hearing these strange tidings, consulted with the Grand Vizier, and finding from him that his son had been subjected to even worse treatment by an invisible agency, he determined to declare the marriage be cancelled, and all the festivities, which were yet to last for several days, to be countermanded and terminated. This sudden change in the mind of the Sultan gave rise to various speculations and reports. Nobody but Aladdin knew the secret, and he kept it with the most scrupulous silence, and neither the Sultan nor the Grand Vizier, who had forgotten Aladdin and his request, had the least thought that he had any hand in the strange adventures that befell the bride and bridegroom. On the very day that the 3 months contained in the Sultan's promise expired, the mother of Aladdin again went to the palace, and stood in the same place in the divan. The Sultan knew her again, and directed his vizier to have her brought before him. After having prostrated herself, she made answer, in reply to the Sultan, "Sire, I come at the end of 3 months to ask of you of the fulfillment of the promise you made to my son." The Sultan little thought the request of Aladdin's mother was made to him in earnest, or that he would hear any more of the matter. He therefore took counsel with his vizier, who suggested that the Sultan should attach such conditions to the marriage that no one of the humble condition of Aladdin could possibly fulfill. In accordance with this suggestion of the vizier, the Sultan replied to the mother of Aladdin, "Good woman, it is true sultans ought to abide by their word, and I am ready to keep mine by making your son happy in marriage with the princess my daughter. But as I cannot marry her without some further proof of your son being able to support her in a royal state, you may tell him I will fulfill my promise as soon as he shall send me 40 trays of massy gold, full of the same sort of jewels you have already made me a present of, and carried by the like number of black slaves, who shall be led by as many young and handsome white slaves, all dressed magnificently. On these conditions I am ready to bestow the princess my daughter upon him. Wherefore, good woman, go and tell him so, and I will wait till you bring me his answer." Aladdin's mother prostrated herself a second time before the Sultan's throne and retired. On her way home, she laughed within herself at her son's foolish imagination. "Where," said she, "can he get so many large gold trays, and such precious stones to fill them? It is altogether out of his power, and I believe he will not be much pleased with his embassy this time." When she came home, full of these thoughts, she told Aladdin of all the circumstances of her interview with the Sultan, and the condition on which he consented to the marriage. "The Sultan expects your answer immediately," said she, and then she added, laughing, "I believe he may wait long enough." "Not so long, mother, as you imagine," replied Aladdin. "This demand is a mere trifle, and will prove no bar to my marriage with the princess. I will prepare at once to satisfy his request." Aladdin retired to his own apartment and summoned the genie of the lamp, and required him to prepare and present the gift immediately, before the Sultan closed his morning audience, according to the terms in which it had been prescribed. The genie professed his obedience to the owner of the lamp, and disappeared. Within a very short time, a train of 40 black slaves, led by the same number of white slaves, appeared opposite the house in which Aladdin lived. Each black slave carried on his head a basin of massy gold, full of pearls, diamonds, rubies, and emeralds. Aladdin then addressed his mother. "Madam, pray lose no time. Before the Sultan and the divan rise, I would have you return to the palace with this present as the dowry demanded for the princess, that he may judge by my diligence and exactness of the ardent and sincere desire I have to procure myself the honor of this alliance." As soon as this magnificent procession, with Aladdin's mother at its head, had begun to march from Aladdin's house, the whole city was filled with the crowds of people desirous to see so grand a sight. The graceful bearing, elegant form, and wonderful likeness of each slave, their grave walk at an equal distance from each other, the luster of their jeweled girdles, and the brilliancy of the aigrettes of precious stones in their turbans, excited the greatest admiration in the spectators. As they had to pass through several streets to the palace, the whole length of the way was lined with files of spectators. Nothing indeed was ever seen so beautiful and brilliant in the Sultan's palace, and the richest robes of the emirs of his court were not to be compared to the costly dresses of these slaves, whom they supposed to be kings. As the Sultan, who had been informed of their approach, had given orders for them to be admitted, they met with no obstacle, but went into the divan in regular order, one part turning to the right and the other to the left. After they were all entered, and had formed a semicircle before the Sultan's throne, the black slaves laid the golden trays on the carpet, prostrated themselves, touching the carpet with their foreheads, and at the same time the white slaves did the same. When they rose, the black slaves uncovered the trays, and then all stood with their arms crossed over their breasts. In the meantime, Aladdin's mother advanced to the foot of the throne, and having prostrated herself, said to the Sultan, "Sire, my son knows this present is much below the notice of Princess Buddir al-Buddoor, but hopes nevertheless that your majesty will accept of it, and make it agreeable to the princess, and with the greater confidence since he has endeavored to conform to the conditions you are pleased to impose." The Sultan, overpowered at the sight of such more than royal magnificence, replied without hesitation to the words of Aladdin's mother, "Go and tell your son that I will wait with open arms to embrace him, and the more haste he makes to come and receive the princess my daughter from my hands, the greater pleasure he will do me." As soon as Aladdin's mother had retired, the Sultan put an end to the audience, and, rising from his throne, ordered that the princess's attendants should come and carry the trays into their mistress's apartment, whither he went himself to examine them with her at his leisure. The 80 slaves were conducted into the palace, and the Sultan, telling the princess of their magnificent apparel, ordered them to be brought before her apartment, that she might see through the lattices he had not exaggerated in his account of them. In the meantime, Aladdin's mother reached home, and showed in her the air and countenance the good news that she brought to her son. "My son," said she, "you may rejoice, you are arrived at the height of your desires. The Sultan has declared that you shall marry the Princess Buddir al-Buddoor. He waits for you with impatience." Aladdin, enraptured with this news, made his mother very little reply, but retired to his chamber. There he rubbed his lamp, and the obedient genie appeared. "Genie," said Aladdin, "convey me at once to a bath, and supply me with the richest and most magnificent robe ever worn by a monarch." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the genie rendered him, as well as himself, invisible, and transported him into a bath of the finest marble of all sorts of colors, where he was undressed, without seeing by whom, in a magnificent and spacious hall. He was then well rubbed and washed with various scented waters. After he had passed through several degrees of heat, he came out quite a different man than from when he was before. His skin was as clear as that of a child, his body lightsome and free, and when he returned into the hall, he found, instead of his own poor raiment, a robe the magnificence of which astonished him. The genie helped him to dress, and when he had done, transported him back to his own chamber, where he asked him if he had any other commands. "Yes," said Aladdin. "Bring me a charger that surpasses in beauty and goodness the best in the Sultan's stables, with a saddle, bridle, and other caparisons to correspond with his value. Furnish also 20 slaves, as richly clothed as those who carried the present to the Sultan, to walk by my side and follow me, and 20 more to go before me in 2 ranks. Besides these, bring my mother 6 women slaves to attend her, as richly dressed as the least of any of the Princess Buddir al-Budurs, each carrying a complex dress fit for any sultaness. I also want 10,000 pieces of gold in 10 purses. Go and make haste." As soon as Aladdin had given these orders, the genie disappeared, but presently returned with the horse. The 40 slaves, 10 of whom carried each a purse containing 10,000 pieces of gold, and 6 women slaves, each carrying on her head a different dress for Aladdin's mother, wrapped up in a piece of silver tissue, and presented them all to Aladdin. He presented the 6 women slaves to his mother, telling her they were her slaves, and that the dresses that they had brought were for her use. Of the 10 purses, Aladdin took 4, which he gave to his mother, telling her those were to supply her with necessities. The other 6 he left in the hands of the slaves who brought them, with an order to throw them by handfuls among the people as they went to the Sultan's palace. The 6 slaves who carried the purses he ordered likewise to march before him, 3 on the right hand and 3 on the left. When Aladdin had thus prepared himself for his first interview with the Sultan, he dismissed the genie, and immediately mounting his charger, began his march, and though he never was on a horseback before, appeared with a grace the most experienced horseman might envy. The innumerable concourse of people through whom he passed made the air echo with their acclamations, especially every time the 6 slaves who carried the purses threw handfuls of gold among the populace. On Aladdin's arrival at the palace, the Sultan was surprised to find him more richly and magnificently robed than he had ever been himself, and was impressed with his good looks and knightly and dignity of manner, which were so different from what he expected in the son of one so humble as Aladdin's mother. He embraced him with all the demonstrations of joy, and when he had fallen at his feet, held him by the hand, and made him sit near his throne. He shortly after led him amidst the sounds of trumpets, hautboys, and all kinds of music, to a magnificent entertainment, at which the Sultan and Aladdin ate by themselves, and the great lords of the court, according to their rank and dignity, sat at different tables. After the feast, the Sultan went for the chief Cadi, and commanded him to draw up a contract of marriage between the Princess Buddir al-Buddur and Aladdin. When the contract had been drawn, the Sultan asked Aladdin if he would stay in the palace and complete the ceremonies of the marriage that day. "Sire," said Aladdin, "though great is my impatience to enter on the honor granted me by your majesty, yet I beg you to permit me first to build a palace worthy to receive the princess your daughter. I pray you to grant me sufficient ground near your palace, and I will have it completed with the utmost expedition." The Sultan granted Aladdin his request, and again embraced him, after which he took his leave with as much politeness as if he had been bred up, and had always lived at court. Aladdin returned home in the order he had come, amidst the acclamations of the people, who wished him all the happiness and prosperity. As soon as he dismounted, He retired to his own chamber, took the lamp, and summoned the genie as usual, who professed his allegiance. "Genie," said Aladdin, "build me a palace fit to receive the Princess Buddir al-Buddur. Let its materials be made of nothing less than porphyry, jasper, agate, lapis lazuli, and the finest marble. Let its walls be massive gold and silver bricks laid alternately. Let each front contain 6 windows, and let the lattices of these, except one which must be left unfinished, be enriched with diamonds, rubies, and emeralds, so that they shall exceed everything of the kind ever seen in the world. Let there be an inner and outer court in front of the palace, and a spacious garden. But above all things, provide a safe treasure house, and fill it with gold and silver. Let there also be kitchens and storehouses, stables full of the finest horses, with all their equerries and grooms, and hunting equipage, officers, attendants, and slaves, both men and women, to form a retinue for the princess and myself. Go and execute my wishes." When Aladdin gave these commands to the genie, the sun was set. The next morning at daybreak, the genie presented himself, and, having obtained Aladdin's consent, transported him in a moment to the palace he had made. The genie led him through all the apartments, where he found officers and slaves, habited according to their rank in the services to which they were appointed. The genie then showed him the treasury, which was opened by a treasurer, where Aladdin saw large vases of different sizes, piled up to the top with money, ranged all around the chamber. The genie thence led him to the stables, where were some of the finest horses in the world, and the grooms busy in dressing them. From thence they went to the storehouses, which were filled with all things necessary, both for food and ornament. When Aladdin had examined every portion of the palace, and particularly the hall where the 24 windows, and found it far to exceed his fondest expectations, he said, "Genie, there is one thing wanting, a fine carpet for the princess to walk upon from the Sultan's palace to mine. Lay one down immediately." The genie disappeared, and Aladdin saw what he desired executed in an instant. The genie then returned, and carried him to his own home. When the Sultan's porters came to open the gates, they were amazed to find what had been an unoccupied garden filled up with a magnificent palace, and a splendid carpet extending to it all the way from the Sultan's palace. They told the strange tidings to the Grand Vizier, who informed the Sultan, who exclaimed, "It must be Aladdin's palace, which I gave him leave to build for my daughter. He has wished to surprise us, and let us see what wonders can be done in only one night." Aladdin, on his being conveyed by the genie to his own home, requested his mother to go to the Princess Buddir al-Buddur and tell her that the palace would be ready for her reception in the evening. She went, attended by her women slaves, in the same order as on the preceding day. Shortly after her arrival at the princess's apartment, the Sultan himself came in, and was surprised to find her, whom he knew as his suppliant and his divan in such humble guise, to be now more richly and sumptuously attired than his own daughter. This gave him a higher opinion of Aladdin, who took such care of his mother, and made her share his wealth and honors. Shortly after her departure, Aladdin, mounting his horse, and attended by his retinue of magnificent attendants, left his paternal home forever, and went to the palace in the same pomp as on the day before. Nor did he forget to take with him the wonderful lamp, to which he owed all his good fortune, nor to wear the ring which was given him as a talisman. The Sultan entertained Aladdin with the utmost magnificence, and at night, on the conclusion of the marriage ceremonies, the princess took leave of the Sultan her father. Bands of music led the procession, followed by 100 state ushers, and the like number of black mutes in 2 files, with their officers at each head. 400 of the Sultan's young pages carried flambeaux on each side, which, together with the illuminations of the Sultan's and Aladdin's palaces, made it as light as day. In this order the princess, conveyed in her litter, and accompanied also by Aladdin's mother, carried in a superb litter and attended by her women slaves, proceeded on the carpet which was spread from the Sultan's palace to that of Aladdin. On her arrival, Aladdin was ready to receive her at the entrance, and led her into a large hall, illuminated with an infinite number of wax candles, where a noble feast was served up. The dishes were of massy gold, and contained the most delicate viands. The vases, basins, and goblets were gold also, and of exquisite workmanship, and all the other ornaments and embellishments of the hall were answerable to this display. The princess, dazzled to see so much riches collected in one place, said to Aladdin, "I thought, Prince, that nothing in the world was so beautiful as the Sultan in my father's palace, but the sight of this hall alone is sufficient to show I was deceived." When the supper was ended, there entered a company of female dancers who performed, according to the custom of the country, singing at the same time verses in praise of the bride and bridegroom. About midnight, Aladdin's mother conducted the bride to the nuptial apartment, and he soon after retired. The next morning, the attendants of Aladdin presented themselves to dress him, and brought him another habit, as rich and magnificent as the one worn the day before. He then ordered one of the horses to be got ready, mounted him, and went in the midst of a large troop of slaves to the Sultan's palace to entreat him to take a repast in the princess's palace, attended by his Grand Vizier and all the lords of his court. The Sultan consented with pleasure, rose up immediately, and preceded by the principal officers of his palace, and followed by all the great lords of his court, accompanied Aladdin. The nearer the Sultan approached Aladdin's palace, the more he was struck by its beauty. But when he entered it, came into the hall and saw the windows enriched with diamonds, rubies, and emeralds, all large, perfect stones, he was completely surprised, and said to his son-in-law, "This palace is one of the wonders of the world. For where in all the world besides shall we find walls built of massy gold and silver, and diamonds, rubies, and emeralds composing the windows? But what most surprises me is that a hall of this magnificence should be left with one of its windows incomplete and unfinished." "Sire," answered Aladdin, "the omission was by design, since I wished that you should have the glory of finishing this hall." "I take your intentions kindly," said the Sultan, "and will give orders about it immediately." After the Sultan had finished his magnificent entertainment, provided for him in his court by Aladdin, he was informed that the jewelers and goldsmiths attended, upon which he returned to the hall and showed them the window which was unfinished. "I sent for you," said he, "to fit up this window in as great perfection as the rest. Examine them well, and make all the dispatch you can." The jewelers and goldsmiths examined the 23 windows with great attention, and after they had consulted together to know what each could furnish, they returned and presented themselves before the Sultan, whose principal jeweler, undertaking to speak for the rest, said, "Sire, we are all willing to exert our utmost care and industry to obey you, but among us all, we cannot furnish jewels enough for so great a work." "I have more than are necessary," said the Sultan. "Come to my palace, and you shall choose whatever may answer your purpose." When the Sultan returned to his palace, he ordered his jewels to be brought out, and the jewelers took a great quantity, particularly those Aladdin had made him a present of, which they soon used, without making any great advance in their work. They came again several times for more, and in a month's time had not finished half their work. In short, They used all the jewels the Sultan had, and borrowed of the vizier, but yet the work was not half done. Aladdin, who knew that all the Sultan's endeavors to make this window like the rest were in vain, sent for the jewelers and goldsmiths, and not only commanded them to desist from their work, but ordered them to undo what they had begun, and to carry all their jewels back to the Sultan and to the vizier. They undid in a few hours what they had been 6 weeks about, and retired, leaving Aladdin alone in the hall. He took the lamp, which he carried about on him, rubbed it, and presently the genie appeared. "Genie," said Aladdin, "I ordered thee to leave one of the 24 windows of this hall imperfect, and thou hast executed my commands punctually. Now I would have thee make it like the rest." The genie immediately disappeared. Aladdin went out of the hall, and, returning soon after, found the window as he wished it to be, like the others. In the meantime, the jewelers and goldsmiths repaired to the palace, and were introduced into the Sultan's presence, where the chief jeweler presented the precious stones which he had brought back. The Sultan asked him if Aladdin had given them any reason for so doing, and they answering that he had given them none, he ordered a horse to be brought, which he mounted and rode to his son-in-law's palace, with some few attendants on foot, to inquire why he had ordered the completion of the window to be stopped. Aladdin met him at the gate, and without giving any reply to his inquiries, conducted him to the grand saloon, where the Sultan, to his great surprise, found the window, which was left imperfect, to correspond exactly with the others. He fancied at first that he was mistaken, and examined the 2 windows on each side, and afterward all the 24, but when he was convinced that the window which several workmen had been so long about was finished in so short a time, he embraced Aladdin and kissed him between his eyes. "My son," said he, "what a man you are to do such surprising things always in the twinkling of an eye. There is not your fellow in the world. The more I know, the more I admire you." The Sultan returned to the palace, and after this went frequently to the window to contemplate and admire the wonderful palace of his son-in-law. Aladdin did not confine himself in this palace, but went with much state, sometimes to one mosque, sometimes to another, to prayers, or to visit the Grand Vizier, the principal lords of the court. Every time he went out, he caused 2 slaves, who walked by the sides of his horse, to throw handfuls of money among the people as he passed through the streets and squares. This generosity gained him the love and the blessings of the people, and it was common for them to swear by his head. Thus Aladdin, while he paid all respect to the Sultan, won by his affable behavior and liberality the affections of the people. Aladdin had conducted himself in this manner several years, when the African magician, who had for some years dismissed him from his recollection, determined to inform himself with certainty whether he perished, as he supposed, in the subterranean cave or not. After he had resorted to a long course of magic ceremonies, and had formed a horoscope by which to ascertain Aladdin's fate, what was his surprise to find the appearance to declare that Aladdin, instead of dying in the cave, had made his escape, and was living in royal splendor by the aid of the genie of the wonderful lamp. On the very next day, the magician set out and traveled with the utmost haste to the capital of China, where, on his arrival, he took up his lodgings in a khan. He then quickly learnt about the wealth, charities, happiness, and splendid palace of Prince Aladdin. Directly he saw the wonderful fabric, he knew that none but the genies, the slaves of the lamp, could have performed such wonders, and, piqued to the quick at Aladdin's high estate, he returned to the khan. On his return, he had recourse to an operation of geomancy to find out where the lamp was, whether Aladdin carried it about with him, or where he left it. The result of his consultation informed him, to his great joy, that the lamp was in the palace. "Well," said he, rubbing his hands in glee, "I shall have the lamp, and I shall make Aladdin return to his original mean condition." The next day, the magician learnt from the chief superintendent of the Khan where he lodged that Aladdin had gone on a hunting expedition, which was to last for 8 days, of which only 3 had expired. The magician wanted to know no more. He resolved at once on his plans. He went to a coppersmith and asked for a dozen copper lamps. The master of the shop told him that he had not so many by him, but if he would have patience till the next day, he would have them ready. The magician appointed his time, and desired him to take care that they should be handsome and well polished. The next day the magician called for the 12 lamps, paid the man his full price, put them into a basket hanging on his arm, and went directly to Aladdin's palace. As he approached, he began crying, "Who will exchange old lamps for new ones?" As he went along, a crowd of children collected, who hooted and thought him, as did all who chanced to be passing by, a madman or a fool to offer to change new lamps for old ones. The African magician regarded not their scoffs, hootings, or all they could say to him, but still continued crying, "Who will change old lamps for new ones?" He repeated this so often, walking backward and forward in front of the palace, that the princess, who was then in the hall with the 24 windows, hearing a man cry something, and seeing a great mob crowding about him, sent one of her women slaves to know what he cried. The slave returned, laughing so heartily that the princess rebuked her. "Madam," answered the slave, laughing still, "who can forbear laughing to see an old man with a basket on his arm, full of fine new lamps, asking to change them for old ones? The children and the mob crowding about him, so that he can hardly stir, make all the noise they can in derision of him." Another female slave, hearing this, said, "Now you speak of lamps. I know not whether the princess may have observed it, but there is an old one upon a shelf in the Prince Aladdin's robing room, and whoever owns it will not be sorry to find the new one in its stead. If the princess chooses, she may have the pleasure of trying if this old man is so silly as to give a new lamp for an old one, without taking anything for the exchange." The princess, who knew not the value of this lamp, and the interest that Aladdin had to keep it safe, entered into the pleasantry, and commanded a slave to take it and make the exchange. The slave obeyed, went out of the hall, and no sooner got to the palace gates than he saw the African magician, called to him, and showing him the old lamp, said, "Give me a new lamp for this." The magician never doubted that this was the lamp he wanted. There could be no other such in this palace, where every utensil was gold or silver. He snatched it eagerly out of the slave's hand, and, thrusting it as far as he could into his breast, offered him his basket, and bade him choose which he liked best. The slave picked out one and carried it to the princess, but the change was no sooner made than the palace rung with the shouts of the children, deriding the magician's folly. The African magician stayed no longer near the palace, nor cried any more, new lamps for old ones, but made the best of his way to his Khan. His end was answered, and by his silence he got rid of the children and the mob. As soon as he was out of sight of the 2 palaces, he hastened down the least frequented streets, and, having no more occasion for his lamps or basket, set all down in a spot where nobody saw him. Then, going down another street or 2, he walked till he came to one of the city gates, and, pursuing his way through the suburbs, which were very extensive, at length reached a lonely spot, where he stopped till the darkness of night, as the most suitable time for the design he had in contemplation. When it became quite dark, he pulled the lamp out of his breast and rubbed it. At that summons the genie appeared, and said, "What wouldst thou have? I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those who have the lamp in their hands, both I and the other slaves of the lamp." "I command thee," replied the magician, "to transport me immediately, and the palace which thou and the other slaves of the lamp have built in the city, with all the people in it, to Africa." The genie made no reply, but with the assistance of the other genies, the slaves of the lamp immediately transported him and the palace entire to the spot whither he had been desired to convey it. Early the next morning, when the Sultan, according to custom, went to contemplate and admire Aladdin's place, his amazement was unbounded to find that it could nowhere be seen. He could not comprehend how so large a palace, which he had seen plainly every day for some years, should vanish so soon, and not leave the least remains behind. In his perplexity, he ordered the Grand Vizier to be sent for with expedition. The Grand Vizier, who in secret bore no goodwill to Aladdin, intimated his suspicion that the palace was built by magic, and that Aladdin had made his hunting excursion an excuse for the removal of his palace with the same suddenness with which it had been erected. He induced the Sultan to send a detachment of his guard, and to have Aladdin seized as a prisoner of state. On his son-in-law being brought before him, he would not hear a word from him, but ordered him to be put to death. The decree caused so much discontent among the people, whose affection Aladdin had secured by his largesses and charities, that the Sultan, fearful of an insurrection, was obliged to grant him his life. When Aladdin found himself at liberty, he again addressed the Sultan. "Sire, I pray you to let me know the crime by which I have thus lost the favor of thy countenance." "Your crime," answered the Sultan. "Wretched man, do you not know it? Follow me, and I will show you." The Sultan then took Aladdin into the apartment from whence he went to look at and admire his palace, and said, "You ought to know where your palace stood. Look, mind, and tell me what has become of it." Aladdin did so, and, being utterly amazed at the loss of his palace, was speechless. At last, recovering himself, he said, "It is true, I do not see the palace. It has vanished. But I had no concern in its removal. I beg you to give me 40 days, and if in that time I cannot restore it, I will offer my head to be disposed of at your pleasure. I give you the time you ask, but at the end of the 40 days, forget not to present yourself before me." Aladdin went out of the Sultan's palace in a condition of exceeding humiliation. The lords who had courted him in the days of his splendor now declined to have any communication with him. For 3 days he wandered about the city, exciting the wonder and compassion of the multitude by asking everybody he met if they had seen his palace, or could tell him anything of it. On the 3rd day he wandered into the country, and as he was approaching a river, he fell down the bank with so much violence that he rubbed the ring which the magician had given him so hard by holding onto the rock to save himself, that immediately the same genie appeared whom he had seen in the cave where the magician had left him. "What wouldst thou have?" said the genie. "I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those that have that ring on their finger, both I and the other slaves of the ring." Aladdin, agreeably surprised at an offer of help so little expected, replied, "Genie, show me where is the palace I caused to be built and now stands, or transported back to where it first stood." "Your command," answered the genie, "is not wholly in my power. I am only the slave of the ring, and not of the lamp." "I command thee, then," replied Aladdin, "by the power of the ring, to transport me to the spot where my palace stands, in what part of the world soever it may be." These words were no sooner out of his mouth than the genie transported him into Africa, to the midst of a large plain where his palace stood, at no great distance from the city, and placing him exactly under the window of the prince's apartment, left him. Now it so happened that shortly after Aladdin had been transported by the slave of the ring to the neighborhood of his palace, that one of the attendants of the Princess Buddir al-Budur, looking through the window, perceived him and instantly told her mistress. The princess, who could not believe the joyful tidings, hastened herself to the window, and seeing Aladdin, immediately opened it. The noise of opening the window made Aladdin turn his head that way, and, Perceiving the princess, he saluted her with an air that expressed his joy. "To lose no time," said she to him, "I have sent to have the private door opened for you, and enter and come up." The private door, which was just under the princess's apartment, was soon opened, and Aladdin conducted up into the chamber. It is impossible to express the joy of both at seeing each other after so cruel a separation. After embracing and shedding tears of joy, they sat down, and Aladdin said, "I beg of you, princess, to tell me what has become of an old lamp which stood upon a shelf in my robing chamber." "Alas," answered the princess, "I was afraid our misfortune might be owing to that lamp, and what grieves me most is that I have been the cause of it. I was foolish enough to change the old lamp for a new one, and the next morning I found myself in this unknown country, which I am told is Africa." "Princess," said Aladdin, interrupting her, "you have explained all by telling me we are in Africa. I desire you only to tell me if you know where the old lamp now is." "The African magician carries it carefully wrapped up in his bosom," said the princess, "and this I can assure you, because he pulled it out before me and showed it to me in triumph." "Princess," said Aladdin, "I think I have found the means to deliver you and to regain possession of the lamp, on which all my prosperity depends. To execute this design, it is necessary for me to go into the town. I shall return by noon, and will then tell you what must be done by you to ensure success. In the meantime, I shall disguise myself and beg that the private door may be opened at the first knock." When Aladdin was out of the palace, he looked around him on all sides, and perceiving a peasant going into the country, hastened after him, and when he had overtaken him, made a proposal to him to change clothes, which the man agreed to. When they had made the exchange, the countryman went about his business, and Aladdin entered the neighboring city. After traversing several streets, he came to that part of town where the merchants and artisans have their particular streets according to their trades. He went into that of the druggists, and, entering one of the largest and best furnished shops, asked the druggist if he had a certain powder, which he named. The druggist, judging Aladdin by his habit to be very poor, told him he had it, but that it was very dear, upon which Aladdin, penetrating his thoughts, pulled out his purse, and showing him some gold, asked for half a dram of the powder, which the druggist weighed and gave him, telling him the price was a piece of gold. Aladdin put the money into his hand and hastened to the palace, which he entered at once by the private door. When he came into the princess's apartments, he said to her, "Princess, you must take your part in the scheme which I propose for our deliverance. You must overcome your aversion to the magician, and assume a most friendly manner toward him, and ask him to oblige you by partaking of an entertainment in your apartment. Before he leaves, ask him to exchange cups with you, which he, gratified at the honor you do to him, will gladly do. When you must give him the cup containing this powder. On drinking it, he will instantly fall asleep, and we will obtain the lamp, whose slaves will do all our bidding, and restore us in the palace to the capital of China." The princess obeyed to the utmost her husband's instructions. She assumed a look of pleasure on the next visit of the magician, and asked him to an entertainment, which he most willingly accepted. At the close of the evening, during which the princess had tried all she could to please him, she asked him to exchange cups with her, and, giving the signal, had the drugged cup brought to her, which she gave to the magician. He drank it out of compliment to the princess to the very last drop, when he fell backward, lifeless, on the sofa. The princess, in anticipation of the success of her scheme, had so placed her women from the great hall to the foot of the staircase that the word was no sooner given that the African magician was fallen backward than the door was opened and Aladdin admitted to the hall. The princess rose from her seat and ran overjoyed to embrace him, but he stopped her and said, "Princess, retire to your apartment, and let me be left alone, while I endeavor to transport you back to China as speedily as you were brought from thence." When the princess, her women, and slaves were gone out of the hall, Aladdin shut the door and, going directly to the dead body of the magician, opened his vest, took out the lamp, which was carefully wrapped up, and rubbing it, the genie immediately appeared. "Genie," said Aladdin, "I command thee to transport this palace instantly to the place from whence it was brought hither." The genie bowed his head in token of obedience and disappeared. Immediately the palace was transported into China, and its removal was only felt by two little shocks, the one from when it was lifted up, the other when it was set down, and both in a very short interval of time. On the morning of after the restoration of Aladdin's palace, the Sultan was looking out of his window and mourning over the fate of his daughter, when he thought that he saw the vacancy created by the disappearance of the palace to be again filled up. On looking more attentively, he was convinced beyond the power of doubt that it was his son-in-law's palace. Joy and gladness succeeded to sorrow and grief. He at once ordered a horse to be saddled, which he mounted at that instant, thinking he could not make haste enough to the place. Aladdin rose that morning by daybreak, put on one of the most magnificent habits his wardrobe afforded, and went up into the hall of 24 windows, from whence he perceived the Sultan approaching, and received him at the foot of the great staircase, helping him to dismount. He led the Sultan into the princess's apartment. The happy father embraced her with tears of joy, and the princess, on her side, afforded similar testimonies of her extreme pleasure. After a short interval, devoted to mutual explanations of all that had happened, the Sultan restored Aladdin to his favor, and expressed his regret for the apparent harshness with which he had treated him. "My son," said he, "be not displeased at my proceedings against you. They arose from my paternal love, and therefore you ought to forgive the excesses to which it hurried me." "Sire," replied Aladdin, "I have not the least reason to complain of your conduct, since you did nothing but what your duty required. This infamous magician, the basest of men, was the sole cause of my misfortune." The African magician, who was thus twice foiled in his endeavor to ruin Aladdin, had a younger brother who was as skilled a magician as himself, and exceeded him in wickedness and hatred of mankind. By mutual agreement, they communicated with each other once a year, however widely separate might their place of residence be from each other. The younger brother, not having received as usual his annual communication, prepared to take a horoscope and ascertain his brother's proceedings. He, as well as his brother, always carried a geometric square instrument about him. He prepared the sand, cast the points, and drew the figures. On examining the planetary crystal, he found that his brother was no longer living, but he had been poisoned, and by another observation, that he was in the capital of the Kingdom of China. Also, that the person who had poisoned him was of mean birth, though married to a princess, a sultan's daughter. When the magician had informed himself of his brother's fate, he resolved immediately to revenge his death, and at once departed for China, where, after crossing plains, rivers, mountains, deserts, and a long tract of country without delay, he arrived after incredible fatigues. When he came to the capital of China, he took a lodging at a khan. His magic art soon revealed to him that Aladdin was the person who had been the cause of the death of his brother. He had heard, too, all the persons of repute in the city talking of a woman called Fatima, who was retired from the world, and of the miracles she wrought. As he fancied that this woman might be serviceable to him in the project that he had conceived, he made more minute inquiries, and requested to be informed more particularly who that holy woman was, and what sort of miracles she performed. "What?" said the person whom he addressed. "Have you never seen or heard of her? She's the admiration of the whole town, for her fasting, her austerities, and her exemplary life. Except Mondays and Fridays, she never stirs out of her little cell, and on those days on which she comes into the town, she does an infinite deal of good, for there is not a person who is diseased but she puts her hand on them and cures them." Having ascertained the place where the hermitage of this holy woman was, the magician went at night, and, plunging a poniard into her heart, killed this good woman. In the morning, he dyed his face of the same hue as hers, and, arraying herself in her garb, taking her veil, the large necklace she wore round her waist, and her stick, went straight to the palace of Aladdin. As soon as the people saw the holy woman, as they imagined him to be, they presently gathered about him in a great crowd. Some begged his blessing, others kissed his hand, and others, more reserved, only the hem of his garment, while others, suffering from disease, stooped for him to lay his hands upon them, which he did, muttering some words in form of prayer, and, in short, counterfeiting so well that everybody took him for the holy woman. He came at last to the square before Aladdin's palace. The crowd and the noise were so great that the princess, who was in the hall of 24 windows, heard it, and asked what was the matter. One of her women told her it was a great crowd of people collected about the holy woman to be cured of diseases by the imposition of her hands. The princess, who had long heard of this holy woman but had never seen her, was very desirous to have some conversation with her, which the chief officer, perceiving, told her it was an easy matter to bring her to her, if she desired and commanded it. And, the princess expressing her wishes, he immediately sent 4 slaves for the pretended holy woman. As soon as the crowd saw the attendants from the palace, they made way, and the magician, perceiving that they also were coming for him, advanced to meet them, overjoyed to find his plot succeeded so well. "Holy woman," said one of the slaves, "the princess wants to see you, and has sent us for you." "The princess does me too great an honor," replied the false Fatima. "I am ready to obey her command," and at the same time followed the slaves to the palace. When the pretended Fatima had made her obeisance, the princess said, "My good mother, I have one thing to request, which you must not refuse me. It is to stay with me, that you may edify me with your way of living, and that I may learn from your good example." "Hey again, Lemon. Good to see you, good to see you." "Princess," said the counterfeit Fatima, "I beg of you not to ask what I cannot consent to without neglecting my prayers and devotion." "That shall be of no hindrance to you," answered the princess. "I have a great many apartments unoccupied. You shall choose which you like best, and have as much liberty to perform your devotions as if you were in your own cell." The magician, who really desired nothing more than to introduce himself into the palace, where it would be a much easier matter for him to execute his designs, did not long excuse himself from accepting the obliging offer which the princess made him. "Princess," said he, "whatever resolution a poor wretched woman as I am may have to renounce the pomp and grandeur of this world, I dare not presume to oppose the will and commands of so pious and charitable a princess." Upon this, the princess, rising up, said, "Come with me. I will show you what vacant apartments I have, that you may make choices that you like best." The magician followed the princess, and of all the apartments she showed him, made choice of that which was the worst, saying it was too good for him, and that he only accepted it to please her. Afterward, the princess would have brought him back into the great hall to make him dine with her, but he, considering that he should then be obliged to show his face, which he had always taken care to conceal with Fatima's veil, and fearing that the princess should find out that he was not Fatima, begged of her earnestly to excuse him, telling her that he never ate anything but bread and dried fruits, and desiring to eat that slight repast in his own apartment. The princess granted his request, saying, "You may be as free here, good mother, as if you were in your own cell. I will order you a dinner, but remember, I expect you as soon as you have finished your repast." After the princess had dined, and the false Fatima had been sent for by one of the attendants, he again waited upon her. "My good mother," said the princess, I am overjoyed to see so holy a woman as yourself, who will confer a blessing upon this palace. But now I am speaking of the palace. Pray, how do you like it? And before I show it all to you, tell me first what you think of this hall. Upon this question, the counterfeit Fatima surveyed the hall from one end to the other. When he examined it well, he said to the princess, "As far as such a solitary being as I am, who am unacquainted with what the world calls beautiful, can judge, this hall is truly admirable. There wants but one thing." "What is it, good mother?" demanded the princess. "Tell me, I conjure you. For my part, I always believed, and have heard say, it wanted nothing, but if it does, it shall be supplied." "Princess," said the false Fatima, with great dissimulation, "forgive me the liberty I have taken, but my opinion is, if it can be of any importance, that if a roc's egg were hung up in the middle of the dome, this hall would have no parallel in the 4 quarters of the world, and that your palace would be the wonder of the universe." "My good mother," said the princess, "what is a rock, and where may one get an egg?" "Princess," replied the pretended Fatima, "it is a bird of prodigious size, which inhabits the summit of Mount Caucasus. The architect who built your palace can get you one." After the princess had thanked the false Fatima for what she believed her good advice, she conversed with her upon other matters, but could not forget the roc's egg, which she resolved to request of Aladdin when next he should visit his apartments. He did so in the course of that evening, and shortly after he entered, the princess thus addressed him: "I always believed that our palace was the most superb, magnificent, and complete in the world, but I will tell you now what it wants, and that is a roc's egg, hung up in the midst of the dome." "Princess," replied Aladdin, "it is enough that you think it wants such an ornament. You shall see by the diligence which I use in obtaining it, that there is nothing which I would not do for your sake." Aladdin left the Princess Buddir al-Buddoor that moment, and went up into the hall of 24 windows, where, pulling out of his bosom the lamp, after which the danger he had been exposed to be always carried about him, he rubbed it, upon which the genie immediately appeared. "Genie," said Aladdin, "I command thee, in the name of this lamp, bring a roc's egg to be hung up in the middle of the dome of the hall of the palace." Aladdin had no sooner pronounced these words than the hall shook as if ready to fall, and the genie said in a loud and terrible voice, "It is not enough that I and the other slaves of the lamp have done everything for you, but you, by an unheard of ingratitude, must command me to bring my master and hang him up in the midst of this dome? This attempt deserves that you, the princess, and the palace should be immediately reduced to ashes. But you are spared because this request does not come from yourself. Its true author is the brother of the African magician, your enemy whom you've destroyed. He is now in your palace, disguised in the habit of the holy woman Fatima, whom he has murdered. At his suggestion, your wife makes this pernicious demand. His design is to kill you, therefore take care of yourself." After these words, the genie disappeared. Aladdin resolved at once what to do. He returned to the princess's apartment, and, without mentioning a word of what had happened, sat down, and complained of a great pain which had suddenly seized his head. On hearing this, the princess told him how she had invited the holy Fatima to stay with her, and that she was now in the palace, and at the request of the prince, ordered her to be summoned to her at once. When the pretended Fatima came, Aladdin said, "Come hither, good mother. I am glad to see you here at so fortunate a time. I am tormented with a violent pain in my head, and request your assistance, and hope that you will not refuse me that cure which you impart to afflicted persons." So saying, he arose, but held down his head. The counterfeit Fatima advanced toward him, with his hand all the time on a dagger concealed in his girdle under his gown, which Aladdin observing, he snatched the weapon from his hand, pierced him to the heart with his own dagger, and then pushed him down on the floor. "My dear prince, what have you done?" cried the princess in surprise. "You've killed the holy woman." "No, my princess," answered Aladdin with emotion. "I have not killed Fatima, but a villain who would have assassinated me if I had not prevented him. This wicked man," added he, uncovering his face, "is the brother of the magician who attempted our ruin. He has strangled the true Fatima and disguised himself in her clothes with intent to murder me." Aladdin then informed her how the genie had told him these facts, and how narrowly she and the palace had escaped destruction through his treacherous suggestion which had led to her request. Thus was Aladdin delivered from the persecution of the two brothers who were magicians. Within a few years afterward, the Sultan died in a good old age, and as he left no male children, the Princess Badr al-Budur succeeded him, and she and Aladdin reigned together many years, and left a numerous and illustrious prosperity. How's that for some old school fairy tales? Like I said, it has been a long time since I actually heard this original version of Aladdin. Man. Probably since I was in grade school, I think. And I haven't seen it since. Of course, it's nothing like the Disney version. But then again, the Disney versions never are, right? So, I hope you guys enjoyed that. So let's see here. It has been 3 hours. That was actually a pretty long one. That was 75 pages. But yeah, that was the full and complete story of Aladdin. And yeah, everybody always remembers the lamp, but few people actually remember he had a ring on top of it. So, I am going to take a real quick breather, and then I'm going to kind of check, because my voice is, I'm starting to kind of get that sensation. I mean, it has been about 3 hours, which was pretty much all Aladdin, which is pretty cool, but I'm going to take a real quick breather, and then when I come back, I'll figure out exactly kind of how I feel with my throat and see maybe if I find a shorter story, cover that real quick or something, or maybe call it a night. We'll kind of see. So, give me a quick moment, and like I said, I'll be back in a sec, or back in a bit. And I'm back. So, hopefully you guys are enjoying the chill vibe. Those of you who are still awake, and those of you who have found a nice peaceful slumber, I'm hoping you're just enjoying that deep, restful sleep that you're getting. No matter what state you're in, you're always welcome here. I'm always glad to be able to facilitate whatever chill you need, whether it's just being able to unload and just kind of take a load off from your day, or if you're just wanting something to just kind of lull you into like a nice deep sleep. Especially for those of you who just really need that kind of break to get away from things. Yeah, as you can kind of tell, my voice is pretty much going into like, into the slowdown registers at this point. So, but either way, I'm going to try to go ahead and get out like maybe one or two more short stories real quick before we call it. So let me just kind of check, because this one is long. Long. And I want to kind of save this one. I mean, these are all a lot of good stories. This is actually a pretty good book. The book, by the way, is called Fairy Tales Every Child Should Know by Hamilton Wright Maybe. And it's actually circa, publishing date is 1905. So this is actually a pretty classic book. So how about we do this? I'm gonna go ahead and these look like they're relatively short. So we'll close out with two shorter tales this evening, so I don't exactly leave you all completely high and dry. Especially for those of you enjoying the stories and just, like I said, laid back and chill right now. So this one is another very well-known one. Let me go ahead and change the caption on this. Again, stop me if you've heard this one before. But this is the story of the Golden Goose. The Golden Goose. There was a man who had 3 sons, the youngest of whom was considered very silly, and everybody used to mock him and make fun of him. The eldest son wanted to go and cut wood in the forest, and before he left home, his mother prepared beautiful pancakes and a bottle of wine for him to take with him, so that he might not suffer from hunger or thirst. As he entered the forest, he met a gray old man, who bade him good morning, and said, "Give me a little piece of cake out of your basket, and a drop of wine out of your bottle, for I am very hungry and thirsty." But the clever son replied, "What, give you my cake and my wine? Why, if I did, I should have none for myself. Not I indeed, so take yourself off." And he left the man standing and went on. The young man began cutting down a tree, but it was not long before he made a false stroke. The axe slipped and cut his arm so badly that he was obliged to go home and have it bound up. Now, this false stroke was caused by the little gray old man. Next day, the second son went into the forest to cut wood, and his mother gave him a cake and a bottle of wine. As he entered the wood, the same little old man met him, and begged for a piece of cake and a drop of wine. But the second son answered rudely, "What I might give to you I shall want myself, so be off." Then he left the little old man standing in the road, and walked on. His punishment soon came. He had scarcely given 2 strokes on a tree with his axe, when he hit his leg with such a terrible blow that he was obliged to limp home in great pain. Then the stupid son said to his father, "Let me go for once and cut wood in the forest." But his father said, "No, your brothers have been hurt already, and it would be worse for you, who don't understand woodcutting." The boy, however, begged so hard to be allowed to go that his father said, "There, get along with you. You will buy your experience very dearly, I expect." His mother, however, gave him a cake which had been made with water and baked in the ashes, and a bottle of sour beer. When he reached the wood, the very same little old man met him, and after greeting him kindly, said, "Give me a little of your cake and a drop from your bottle, for I am very hungry and thirsty." "Oh," replied the simple youth, "I have only a cake, which has been baked in the ashes, and some sour beer, but you're welcome to a share of it. Let us sit down and eat and drink together." So they seated themselves, and lo and behold, when the youth opened his basket, the cake had been turned into a beautiful cake, and the sour beer into wine. After they had eaten and drank enough, the little old man said, "Because of you've been kind-hearted and shared your dinner with me, I will make you in future lucky in all you undertake. There stands an old tree. Cut it down and you will find something good at the root." Then the old man said farewell and left him. The youth set to work, and very soon succeeded in felling the tree, when he found sitting at the roots a goose, whose feathers were of pure gold. He took it up, and, instead of going home, carried it with him to an inn at a little distance, where he intended to pass the night. The landlord had 3 daughters, who looked at the goose with envious eyes. They had never seen such a wonderful bird, and longed to have at least one of its feathers. "Ah," thought the eldest, "I shall soon have an opportunity to pluck one of them." And so it happened, for not long after the young man left the room. She instantly went up to the bird and took hold of its wing, but as she did so, the finger and thumb remained and stuck fast. In short time after, the second sister came in with a full expectation of gaining a golden feather, but as she touched her sister to move her from the bird, her hands stuck fast to her sister's dress, and neither of them could free herself. At last, in came the third sister with the same intention. Keep away," screamed the other 2. "In heaven's name, keep away!" But she could not imagine why she should keep away. If they were near the golden bird, why should not she be there? So she made a spring forward and touched her second sister, and immediately she was also made a prisoner, and in this position they were obliged to remain by the goose all night. In the morning, the young man came in, took the goose in his arm, and went away without troubling himself about the 3 girls, who were following close behind him. What? And as he walked quickly, they were obliged to run one behind the other, left or right of him, just as he was inclined to go. In the middle of a field, they were met by the parson of the parish, who looked with wonder at the procession as it came near him. "Shame on you," he cried out. "What are you about, you bold-faced hussies, running after a young man in that way through the fields? Go home, all of you." He placed his hand on the youngest to pull her back, But the moment he touched her, he also became fixed, and was obliged to follow and run like the rest. In a few minutes, the clerk met them, and when he saw the parson running after the girls, he wondered greatly and cried out, "Hallo, Master Parson, what are you running in such haste? Have you forgotten that there's a christening today?" And as the procession did not stop, he ran after it and seized the parson's gown. In a moment, he found that his hand was fixed, and he also had to run like the rest. And now there were 5 trotting along, one behind the other. Presently, 2 peasants came by with their sickles from the field. The parson called out to them and begged them to come and release him and the clerk. Hardly had they touched the clerk when they also were stuck fast as the others, and the simpleton with his golden goose traveled with the 7. After a while, they came to a city in which reigned a king who had a daughter of such a melancholy disposition that no one could make her laugh. Therefore, he issued a decree that whoever would make this princess laugh should have her in marriage. Now, when the simple youth heard this, he ran before her, and the whole 7 trotted after him. The sight was so ridiculous that the moment the princess saw it, she burst into a violent fit of laughter, and they thought she would never leave off. After this, the youth went to the king and demanded his daughter in marriage, according to the king's decree. But his majesty did not quite like to have the young man for a son-in-law, so he said that, before he could consent to the marriage, the youth must bring him a man who could drink all the wine in the king's cellar. The simpleton went into the forest, for he thought, "If anyone can help me, it is the little gray man." When he arrived at the spot where he had cut down the tree, there stood a man with a very miserable face. The youth asked him why he looked so sorrowful. "Oh," he exclaimed, "I suffer such a dreadful thirst that nothing seems able to quench it, and cold water I cannot endure. I have emptied a cask of wine already, but it was just like a drop of water on a hot stone." "I can help you," cried the young man. "Come with me, and you shall have your fill, I promise you." Upon this, he led the man into the king's cellar, where he opened the casks one after the other, and drank till his back ached, and before the day closed, he had quite emptied the king's cellar. Again, the young man asked for his bride, but the king was annoyed at the thought of giving his daughter to such a common fellow, and to get rid of him, he made another condition. He said that no man should have his daughter who could not find someone able to eat up a whole mountain of bread. Away went the simpleton to the forest as before, and there in the same place sat a man binding himself round tightly with a belt, and making the most horrible faces. As the youth approached, he cried, "I have eaten a whole oven full of rolls, but it has not satisfied me a bit. I am as hungry as ever, and my stomach feels so empty that I am obliged to bind it round tightly, or I should die of hunger." The simpleton could hardly contain himself for joy when he heard this. "Get up," he explained, "and come with me, and I will give you plenty to eat, I'll warrant." So he led him to the king's court, where his majesty had ordered all the flour in the kingdom to be made into bread, and piled up in a huge mountain. The hungry man placed himself before the bread, and began to eat, and before evening the whole pile had disappeared. Then the simpleton went a 3rd time to the king, and asked for his bride, but the king made several excuses, and at last said that if he could bring him a ship that would travel as well by land as by water, then he should, without any further conditions, marry his daughter. The youth went straight at once to the forest, and saw the same old gray man to whom he'd given his cake. "Ah," he said as the youth approached, "it was I who sent the men to eat and drink, and I will also give you a ship that can travel by land or by sea, because when you thought I was poor, you were kind-hearted, and gave me food and drink." The youth took the ship, and when the king saw it, he was quite surprised, but he could no longer he could not any longer refuse to give him his daughter in marriage. The wedding was celebrated with great pomp, and after the king's death, the simple woodcutter inherited the whole kingdom and lived happily with his wife. So, not exactly the tale you were expecting, was it? Let's see here. This next one. The 12 Brothers. There was once a king and queen who had 12 children, all boys. Now, one day the king told his wife that if a daughter should be born, all the sons must die, that their sister alone might inherit his kingdom and riches. So the king had 12 coffins made, which were filled with shavings, and in each was the little pillow for the dead. He had them locked up in a private room, the key of which he gave to the queen, praying her not to speak of it to anyone. But the poor mother was so unhappy that she wept for a whole day, and looked so sad that her youngest son noticed it. He had the Bible name of Benjamin, and was always with his mother. "Dear mother," he said, "why are you so sorrowful?" "My child, I may not tell you," she replied. But the boy allowed her no rest till she unlocked the door of the private room and showed him the 12 coffins filled with shavings. "Dearest Benjamin," she said, "these coffins are for you and your brothers, for if you should ever have a little sister, you will all die and be buried in them." She wept bitterly as she told him, but her son comforted her and said, "Do not weep, dear mother. We will take care of ourselves and go far away." Then she took courage and said, "Yes, go away with your 11 brothers, and remain in the forest, and let one climb a tree, from whence he will be able to see the tower of the castle. If I should have a son, a white flag shall be hoisted, and then you may return home. But if you see a red flag, you will know it is a girl, and then hasten away as fast as you can, and may heaven protect you. Every night I will pray for you, that you may not suffer from the cold in winter or the heat in summer." Then she blessed all her sons, and they went away into the forest, while each in turn mounted a high tree daily to watch for the flag on the tower. 11 days passed, and it was Benjamin's turn to watch. He saw the flag hoisted, and it was red, the signal that they must die. The brothers were angry and said, "Shall we suffer death on account of a maiden? When we find one, we will kill her, to avenge ourselves." They went still farther into the forest, and came upon a most pleasant little cottage, which was uninhabited. "We'll make this our home," they said, "and Benjamin, as you are the youngest and weakest, you shall stay at home and keep house, while we go out and procure food." So they wandered about the forest, shooting hares, wild rabbits, pigeons, and other birds, which they brought to Benjamin to prepare for food. In this cottage they lived for 10 years happily together, so the time passed quickly. Their little sister was growing up a great girl. She had a sweet disposition, and was very beautiful to look upon. She wore rich clothes, and a golden star on her forehead. One day, when she was about 10 years old, she discovered in her mother's wardrobe 12 shirts. "Mother," she exclaimed, "whose shirts are these? They are much too small for my father." The queen sighed as she replied, "Dear child, these shirts belong to your 12 brothers." "12 brothers?" cried the little maiden. "Where are they? I have not even heard of them." "Heaven knows where they are," was the reply, "but they are wandering about the world somewhere." Then the queen took her little daughter to the private room in the castle, and showed her the 12 coffins which had been prepared for her brothers, and related to her with many tears why they had left home. "Dear mother," said the child, "do not weep. I will go and seek my brothers." So she took the 12 shirts with her, and wandered away into the forest. She walked for a whole day, and in the evening came to a cottage, stepped in, and found a young boy, who stared with astonishment at seeing a beautiful little girl dressed in rich clothing and wearing a golden star on her forehead. At last he said, "Who are you, and what do you want?" "I am a king's daughter," she said, "and I seek my 12 brothers, and I intend to search for them till I find them." And she showed them their shirts. Then Benjamin knew that she was his sister, and said, "I am your youngest brother, Benjamin." Then she wept for joy. They kissed each other with deep affection, and were for a time very happy. At last Benjamin said, "Dear sister, we have made a vow that the first young maiden we meet should die, because through a maiden we have lost our kingly rights." "I would willingly die," she said, "if by so doing I could restore my brothers to their rightful possessions." "No, you shall not die," he replied. "Hide yourself behind this tub till our 11 brothers come home. Then I will make an agreement with them." At night the brothers returned from hunting, and the supper was ready. While they sat at table, one of them said, "Well, Benjamin, have you any news?" "Perhaps I have," he said, "although it seems strange that I, who stay at home, should know more than you who have been out." "Well, tell us your news," said one. So he said, "I will tell you if you will make one promise." "Yes, yes," they all cried. "What is it?" "Well then, promise me that the first maiden you meet within the forest shall not die." "Yes, yes," said they all. "She shall have mercy, but tell us." "Then," said the youngest brother, "our sister is here." And, rising, he lifted the tub, and the king's daughter came forth in her royal robes with a golden star on her forehead, and looking so fair and delicate and beautiful that the brothers were full of joy, and kissed and embraced her with the fondest affection. She stayed with Benjamin, and helped him in keeping the house clean and cooking the game which the others brought home. Everything was so nicely managed now, and with so much order. The curtains and the quilts were beautifully white, and the dinners cooked so well that the brothers were always contented, and lived in great unity with their little sister. There was a pretty garden around the house in which they lived, and one day, when they were all at home dining together and enjoying themselves, the maiden went out into the garden to gather them some flowers. She had tended 12 lilies with great care, and they were now in such splendid bloom that she determined to pluck them for her brothers, to please them. But the moment she gathered the lilies, her 12 brothers were changed into 12 ravens, and flew away over the trees of the forest, while the charming house and garden vanished from her sight. Now was the poor little maiden left all alone in the wild wood, and knew not what to do. But on turning round, she saw a curious old woman standing near, who said to her, "My child, what hast thou done? Why didst thou not leave those white flowers to grow on their stems? They were thy 12 brothers, and now they will always remain ravens." "Is there no way to set them free?" asked the maiden, weeping. "No way in the world," she replied, "but one, and that is far too difficult for thee to perform. Yet it would break the spell and set them free. Hast thou firmness enough to remain dumb 7 years, and not speak to anyone, or even laugh? For if ever you utter a single word, or fail only once in the 7 years, all you have done before will be in vain, and at this one word your brothers will die." "Yes," said the maiden, "I can do this to set my brothers free." Then the maiden climbed into a tree, and, seating herself in the branches, began to knit. She remained here, living on the fruit that grew on the tree, and without laughing or uttering a word. As she sat in her tree, the king, who was hunting, had a favorite hound, who very soon discovered her, ran to the tree on which the maiden sat, sprang up to it, and barked at her violently. The king came nearer and saw the beautiful king's daughter with a golden star on her forehead. He was so struck with her beauty that he begged her to come down and asked her to be his bride. She did not speak a word, but merely nodded her head. Then the king himself climbed up into the tree, and bringing her down, seated her on his own horse and galloped away with her to his home. The marriage was soon after celebrated with great pomp, but the bride neither spoke nor laughed. When they had lived happily together for some years, the king's mother, a wicked woman, began to raise evil reports about the queen, and said to the king, "It is some beggar girl that you have picked up. Who can tell what wicked tricks she practices? She can't help being dumb, but why does she never laugh? Unless she has a guilty conscience." The king at first would listen to none of these suspicions, but she urged him so long and accused the queen of such wicked conduct that at last he condemned her to be burnt to death. Now in the courtyard a great fire was kindled, and the king stood weeping at a window overlooking the court of the palace, for he still loved her dearly. He saw her brought forth and tied to the stake. The fire kindled, and the flames with their forked tongues were creeping towards her, when at the last moment the 7 years were past, and suddenly a rustling noise of wings was heard in the air. 12 black ravens alighted on the earth and instantly assumed their own forms. They were the brothers of the queen. They tore down the pile and extinguished the fire, set their sister free, and embraced her tenderly. The queen, who was now able to speak, told the king why she had been dumb and had never laughed. The delight of the king was only equaled by his anger against the wicked witch, who was brought to justice and ordered to be thrown into a vat of oil full of poisonous snakes, where she died a dreadful death. Well, that was pretty heavy. Sleep is for the weak, huh? Lemon, you still there? You still awake? What's going on? I'm gonna do one more, and then I guess we'll go ahead and call it a night. Hopefully you guys are all kicking back and relaxing, at least as much as you can. A posture check. Thanks for the posture check. Let me go ahead and check my posture. And the hydrate is always good. Thanks for the hydrate. As well as a stretch. I have been kind of going on for a minute, haven't I? Let me go ahead and do that stretch real quick here. Man. Alrighty. As well as that hydrate. Oh, this one's actually kind of... this one is a bit on the long side. You know, it'll be fine. I'm going to go ahead and finish it with this one. Which I am not sure I remember this one. See, a lot of the stories I've actually been reading, I used to have these 2 volumes as a kid of the, this book on fairy tales, they weren't just by the Grimm brothers or anything like that. They were just classic fairy tales, kind of like what I'm reading here. They had some pretty trippy illustrations. I mean, I won't say trippy, but some nice illustrations in them and everything. And I just remember reading it so many times as a kid. Because mainly, if I recall correctly, those books were at my grandparents' place, and there wasn't a whole lot to do at my grandparents' place at the time, except, do a lot of reading. So, I guess you could say I kind of grew up with these fairy tales. So this one, The White Cat. There was once a king who had 3 sons, all remarkably handsome in their persons, and, in their tempers, brave and noble. Some wicked courtiers made the king believe that the princes were impatient to wear the crown, and that they were contriving a plot to deprive him of his scepter and his kingdom. The king felt he was growing old, but as he found himself as capable of governing as he had ever been, he had no inclination to resign his power, and therefore, that he might pass the rest of his days peaceably, he determined to employ the princes in such a manner as at once to each give of them the hope of succeeding the crown, and fill up the time that they might otherwise spend in so undutiful a manner. He sent for them to his cabinet, and after conversing with them kindly, he added, "You must be sensible, my dear children, that my great age prevents me from attending so closely as I have hitherto done to state affairs. I fear this may be injurious to my subjects. I therefore desire to place my crown on the head of one of you, but it is no more than just that in return for such a present, you should procure me some amusement in my retirement, before I leave the capital forever." I cannot help thinking that a little dog that is handsome, faithful, and engaging would be the very thing to make me happy, so that without bestowing a preference on either of you, I declare that he who brings me the most perfect little dog shall be my successor. The princes were much surprised at the fancy of their father to have a little dog, yet they accepted the proposition with pleasure, and accordingly, after taking leave of the king, who presented them with an abundance of money and jewels, and appointed that day 12th for their return, they set off for the travels. Before taking leave of each other, however, they took some refreshment together in an old palace about 3 miles out of town, where they agreed to meet in the same place on that day 12th, and go all together with their presents to court. Did you win reading it? Did you win, son? I don't know, I'd say that this is winning. Are you guys winning? That's the real question. Are you guys having a good time? They also agreed to change their names, that they might be unknown to everyone in their travels. Each took a different road, but it intended to relate the adventures of only the youngest, who was the handsomest, most amiable, and most accomplished prince that had ever been seen. No day passed, as he traveled from town to town, that he did not buy all the handsome dogs that fell in his way. And as soon as he saw one that was handsomer than those he had before, he made a present of the last, for 20 servants would have been scarcely sufficient to take care of all the dogs he was constantly buying. At length, wandering he knew not whither, he found himself in a forest. Night suddenly came on, and with it a violent storm of thunder, lightning, and rain. To add to his perplexity, he lost his path, and could find no way out of the forest. After he had groped about for a long time, he perceived a light, which made him suppose that he was not far from some house. He accordingly pursued his way towards it, and in a short time found himself at the gates of the most magnificent palace he ever beheld. The door that opened into it was made of gold, covered with sapphire stones, which cast so resplendent a brightness over everything around that scarcely could the strongest eyesight bear to look at it. This was the light the prince had seen from the forest. The walls of the building were of transparent porcelain, variously colored, and represented the history of all the fairies that had existed from the beginning of the world. The prince, coming back to the golden door, observed a deer's foot fastened to a chain of diamonds. He could not help wondering at the magnificence he beheld, and the security in which the inhabitants seemed to live. For, he said to himself, nothing can be easier than for thieves to steal this chain, and as many of the sapphire stones as would make their fortunes. He pulled the chain, and heard a bell the sound of which was exquisite. In a few moments the door was opened, but he perceived nothing but 12 hands in the air, each holding a torch. The prince was so astonished that he durst not move a step, when he felt himself gently pushed on by some other hands from behind him. He walked on in great perplexity, till he entered a vestibule inlaid with porphyry and lapis stone. There the most melodious voice he had ever heard chanted the following words: "Welcome, prince, no danger fear. Mirth and love attend you here. You shall break the magic spell that on a beauteous lady fell. Welcome, prince, no danger fear. Mirth and love attend you here." The prince now advanced with confidence, wondering what these words could mean. The hands moved him forward towards a large door of coral, which opened of itself to give him admittance into a splendid apartment built of mother of pearl, through which he passed into others so richly adorned with paintings and jewels, and so resplendently lighted with thousands of lamps, girandels, and lustres, that the prince imagined he must be in an enchanted palace. When he had passed through 60 apartments, all equally splendid, he was stopped by the hands, and a large easy chair advanced of itself towards the chimney, and the hands, which he observed were extremely white and delicate, took off his wet clothes, and supplied their place with the finest linen imagined, and then added a commodious wrapping gown, embroidered with the brightest gold, and all over enriched with pearls. The hands next brought him an elegant dressing table, and combed his hair so very gently that he scarcely felt their touch. They held before him a beautiful basin, filled with perfumes, for him to wash his face and hands, and afterwards took off the wrapping gown and dressed him in a suit of clothes of still greater splendor. When his dress was complete, they conducted him to an apartment he had not yet seen, and which was also magnificently furnished. There was in it a table spread for a repast, and everything upon it was of the purest gold adorned with jewels. The prince observed that there were 2 covers set, and was wondering who was to be his companion, when his attention was suddenly caught by a small figure not a foot high, which just then entered the room and advanced towards him. It had on a long black veil, and was supported by 2 cats dressed in mourning, and with swords by their sides. They were followed by a numerous retinue of cats, some carrying cages full of rats, and others mousetraps full of mice. The prince was at a loss of what to think. The little figure now approached, and, throwing aside her veil, he beheld a most beautiful white cat. She seemed young and melancholy, and addressing herself to the prince, she said, Young prince, you are welcome. Your presence affords me the greatest pleasure. Madam, replied the prince, I would fain thank you for your generosity. Nor can I help observing that you must be an extraordinary creature to possess with your present form the gift of speech and the magnificent palace I have seen. All this is very true, answered the beautiful cat. But, Prince, I am not fond of talking, and least of all do I like compliments. Let us therefore sit down to supper. The trunkless hands then placed the dishes on the table, and the prince and white cat seated themselves. The first dish was a pie made of young pigeons, and the next was a fricassee of the fattest mice. The view of the one made the prince almost afraid to taste the other until the white cat, who guessed his thoughts, assured him that there were certain dishes at table in which there was not a morsel of either rat or mouse, which had been dressed on purpose for him. Accordingly, he ate heartily of such as she recommended. When supper was over, the prince perceived that the white cat had a portrait set in gold hanging to one of her feet. He begged her permission to look at it, when, to his astonishment, he saw the portrait of a handsome young man that exactly resembled himself. He thought there was something very extraordinary in all this, yet, as the white cat sighed and looked very sorrowful, he did not venture to ask any questions. He conversed with her on different subjects, and found her extremely well versed in everything that was passing in the world. When night was far advanced, the white cat wished him a good night, and he was conducted by the hands to his bedchamber, which was different still from anything he had seen in the palace, being hung with the wings of butterflies, mixed with the most curious feathers. His bed was of gauze, festooned with bunches of the gayest ribbons, and the looking-glasses reached from the floor to the ceiling. The prince was undressed and put into bed by the hands, without speaking a word. He, however, slept little, and in the morning was awaked by a confused noise. The hands took him out of bed, and put on him a handsome hunting jacket. He looked into the courtyard, and perceived more than 500 cats, busily employed in preparing for the field, for this was a day of festival. Presently the white cat came to his apartment, and, having politely inquired about his health, she invited him to partake of their amusement. The prince willingly accepted, mounted a wooden horse richly caparisoned, which had been prepared for him, and which he was assured would gallop to admiration. The beautiful white cat mounted a monkey, dressed in a dragoon's bonnet, which made her look so fierce that all the rats and mice ran away in the utmost terror. Everything being ready, the horn sounded, and away they went. No hunting was ever more agreeable. The cats ran faster than the hares and rabbits, and when they caught any, they were hunted in the presence of the white cat, and 1,000 cunning tricks were played. Nor were the birds in safety, for the monkey made nothing of climbing up the trees, with the white cat on his back, to the nest of the young eagles. When the hunting was over, the whole retinue returned to the palace, and the white cat immediately exchanged her dragoon's cap for the veil, and sat down to supper with the prince, who, being very hungry, ate heartily, and afterwards partook with her of the most delicious liqueurs, which, being often repeated, made him forget that he was to procure a little dog for the old king. He thought no longer of anything but pleasing the sweet little creature who received him so courteously. Accordingly, every day was spent in new amusements. The prince had almost forgotten his country and relations, and sometimes even regretted that he was not a cat, so great was his affection for his mewing companions. "Alas," he said to the white cat, "how will it afflict me to leave you whom I love so much?" Either make yourself a lady or make me a cat. She smiled at the prince's wish, but made him scarcely any reply. At length, the 12th month was nearly expired. The white cat, who knew the very day when the prince was to reach his father's palace, reminded him that he had but 3 days longer to look for a perfect little dog. The prince, astonished at his own forgetfulness, began to afflict himself, when the cat told him not to be so sorrowful, since she would not only provide him with a little dog, but also a wooden horse which should convey him safely in less than 12 hours. "Look here," said she, showing him an acorn. "This contains what you desire." The prince put the acorn to his ear and heard the barking of the little dog. Transported with joy, he thanked the cat 1,000 times, and the next day, bidding her tenderly adieu, he set out on his return. The prince arrived first at the place of rendezvous, and was soon joined by his brothers. They mutually embraced, and began to give an account of their success, when the youngest showed them only a little mongrel cur, telling him he thought it could not fail to please the king from its extraordinary beauty. The brothers trod on each other's toes under the table, as much to say, "We have not much to fear from this sorry-looking animal." The next day, they went together to the palace. The dogs of the 2 elder princes were lying on cushions, and so curiously wrapped around with embroidered quilts that one could scarcely venture to touch them. The youngest produced his cur, dirty all over, and all wondered how the prince could hope to receive a crown for such a present. The king examined the 2 little dogs of the elder princes, and declared he thought them so equally beautiful that he knew not to which, with justice, he could give the preference. They accordingly began to dispute, when the youngest prince, taking his acorn from his pocket, soon ended their contention, for a little dog appeared which could with ease go through the smallest ring, and was beside a miracle of beauty. The king could not possibly hesitate in declaring his satisfaction, yet, as he was not more inclined than the year before to part with his crown, he could think of nothing more to his purpose than telling his sons that he was extremely obliged to them for the pains that they had taken, and that since they had succeeded so well, he could not but wish that they would make a second attempt. He therefore begged that they would take another year for procuring him a piece of cambric, so fine as to be drawn through the eye of a small needle. The 3 princes thought this very hard, yet they set out in obedience to the king's command. The 2 eldest took 2 different roads, and the youngest remounted his wooden horse, and in a short time arrived at the palace of his beloved white cat, who received him with the greatest joy, while the trunkless hands helped him to dismount, and provided him with immediate refreshments. After which the prince gave the white cat an account of the admiration which had been bestowed on the beautiful little dog, and informed her of her father's farther injunction. "Make yourself perfectly easy, dear prince," said she. "I have in my palace some cats that are perfectly clever at making such cambric as the king requires, so you have nothing to do but to give me the pleasure of your company while it is making, and I will procure you all of the amusement possible." She accordingly ordered the most curious fireworks to be played off in sight of the window of the apartment in which they were sitting, and nothing but festivity and rejoicing was heard throughout the palace for the prince's return. As the white cat continually gave proofs on an excellent understanding, the prince was by no means tired of her company. She talked with him of state affairs, of theaters, of fashions. In short, she was at a loss on no subject whatsoever, so that when the prince was alone, he had plenty of amusement in thinking how it could possibly be that a small white cat could be endowed with all the powers of human creatures. The 12th month in this manner again passed insensibly away, but the cat took care to remind the prince of his duty in proper time. "For once, my prince," said she, "I will have the pleasure of equipping you as suits your high rank." When looking into the courtyard, he saw a superb car, ornamented all over with gold, silver, pearls, and diamonds, drawn by 12 horses as white as snow, and harnessed in the most sumptuous trappings. And behind the car, 1,000 guards richly apparelled were in waiting to attend on the prince's person. She then presented him with a nut. "You will find in it," said she, "the piece of cambric I promised you. Do not break the shell till you are in the presence of the king your father." Then, to prevent the acknowledgment which the prince was about to offer, she hastily bade him adieu. Nothing could exceed the speed with which the snow-white horses conveyed this fortunate prince to his father's palace, where his brothers had just arrived before him. They embraced each other and demanded an immediate audience of the king, who received them with the greatest kindness. The princes hastened to place at the feet of his majesty the curious present he had required them to procure. The eldest produced a piece of cambric that was so extremely fine that his friends had no doubt of its passing of the eye of the needle, which was now delivered to the king, having been kept locked up in the custody of his majesty's treasurer all the time. Everyone supposed he would certainly obtain the crown, but when the king tried to draw it through the eye of the needle, it would not pass, though it failed but very little. Then came the second prince, who made as sure of obtaining the crown as his brother had done, but, alas, with no better success. For, though his piece of cambric was exquisitely fine, yet it could not be drawn through the eye of the needle. It was now the youngest prince's turn, who accordingly advanced, and, opening an elegant little box inlaid with jewels, he took out a walnut and cracked the shell, imagining he should immediately perceive his piece of cambric. But what was his astonishment to see nothing but a filbert! He did not, however, lose his hopes. He cracked the filbert, and it presented him with a cherry stone. The lords of the court, who had assembled to witness this extraordinary trial, could not, any more than the princes his brothers, refrain from laughing. To think he should be so silly as to claim with them the crown on no better pretensions. The prince, however, cracked the cherry stone, which was filled with a kernel. He divided it, and found in the middle part a grain of wheat, and in that grain a millet seed. He was now absolutely confounded, and could not help muttering between his teeth, "Oh, white cat, thou hast deceived me." At this instant he felt his hand scratched by the claw of a cat, upon which he again took courage, and, opening the grain of millet seed, to the astonishment of all present, he drew forth a piece of cambric 400 yards long, and fine enough to be drawn with perfect ease through the eye of the needle. When the king found he had no pretext left for refusing the crown to his youngest son, he sighed deeply, and it was easy to be seen that he was sorry for the prince's success. "My sons," said he, "it is so gratifying to the heart of a father to receive proofs of his children's love and obedience, that I cannot refuse myself the satisfaction of requiring of you one thing more. You must undertake another expedition, and whichever, by the end of a year, brings me the most beautiful lady, shall marry her, and obtain my crown." So they again took leave of the king and of each other, and set out without delay, and in less than 12 hours our young prince arrived in his splendid car at the palace of his dear white cat. Every excuse me. Everything went on as before till the end of another year. At length, only one day remained of the year, when the white cat thus addressed him. "Tomorrow, my prince, you must present yourself at the palace of your father, and give him a proof of your obedience. It depends only on yourself to conduct thither the most beautiful princess ever yet beheld. For the time has come when the enchantment by which I am bound may be ended. You must cut off my head and tail," continued she, "and throw them into the fire." "Aye," said the prince hastily. "I cut off your head and tail? You surely mean to try my affection, which, believe me, beautiful cat, is truly yours." "You mistake me, generous prince," said she. "I do not doubt your regard, but if you wish to see me in any other form than that of a cat, you must consent to do as I desire. Then you will have done me a service I shall never be able sufficiently to repay." The prince's eyes filled with tears as she spoke, yet he considered himself obliged to undertake the dreadful task. And the cat continuing to press him with greater eagerness, with a trembling hand he drew his sword, cut off her head and tail, and threw them into the fire. No sooner was this done than the most beautiful lady his eyes had ever seen stood before him. And before he had sufficiently recovered from his surprise to speak to her, a long train of attendants who, at the same moment as their mistress, were changed to their natural shapes, came to offer their congratulations to the queen and inquire her commands. She received them with the greatest kindness, and, ordering them to withdraw, she thus addressed the astonished prince. "Do not imagine, dear prince, that I have always been a cat, or that I am of obscure birth. My father was the monarch of 6 kingdoms. He tenderly loved my mother, leaving her always at liberty to follow her own inclinations. Her prevailing passion was to travel, and a short time before my birth, having heard of some fairies who were in possession of the largest gardens filled with the most delicious fruits, she had so strong a desire to eat some of them that she set out for the country in which they lived. She arrived at their abode, which she found to be a magnificent palace, on all sides glittering with gold and precious stones. She knocked a long time at the gates, but no one came, nor could she perceive the least sign that it had any inhabitant. The difficulty, however, did but increase the violence of my mother's longing, for she saw the tops of the trees above the garden walls loaded with the most luscious fruits. The queen, in despair, ordered her attendants to place tents close to the door of the palace, but, having waited 6 weeks, without seeing anyone pass the gates, she fell sick of vexation, and her life was despaired of. One night, as she lay half asleep, she turned herself about, and, opening her eyes, perceived a little old woman, very ugly and deformed, seated in the easy chair by her bedside. "I and my sister fairies," said she, "take it very ill that your majesty should so obstinately persist in getting some of our fruit. But, since so precious a life is at stake, we consent to give you as much as you can carry away, provided you will give us in return what we shall ask." "Ah, kind fairy," cried the queen, "I will give you anything I possess, even my very kingdoms, on condition that I eat of your fruit." The old fairy then informed the queen that what they required was that she would give them the child she was going to have, as soon as she should be born, adding that every possible care should be taken of her, and that she should become the most accomplished princess. The queen replied that however cruel the condition, she must accept it, since nothing but the fruit could save her life. In short, dear prince, continued the lady, my mother instantly got out of bed, was dressed by her attendants, entered the palace, and satisfied her longing. When the queen had eaten her fill, she ordered 4,000 mules to be procured, and loaded with the fruit, which had the virtue of continuing all the year round in a state of perfection. Thus provided, she returned to the king, my father, who was with the whole court, received her with rejoicings, as it was before imagined that she would die of disappointment. All this time, the queen said nothing to my father of the promise she had made to give her daughter to the fairies, so that, when the time was come that she expected my birth, she grew very melancholy, till at length, being pressed by the king, she declared to tell him the truth. Nothing could exceed his affliction when he heard that his only child, when born, was to be given to the fairies. He bore it, however, as well as he could, for fear of adding to my mother's grief, and also believing he should also find some means of keeping me in a place of safety, which the fairies would not be able to approach. As soon, therefore, as I was born, he had me conveyed to a tower in the palace, to which there were 20 flights of stairs, and a door to each, of which my father kept the key, so that none came near me without his consent. When the fairies heard of what had been done, they sent first to demand me, and on my father's refusal, they let loose a monstrous dragon, who devoured men, women, and children, and the breath of whose nostrils destroyed everything it came near, so that the trees and plants began to die in great abundance. The grief of the king at seeing this could scarcely be equaled, and, finding that his whole kingdom would in short time be reduced to famine, he consented to give me into their hands. I was accordingly laid in a cradle of mother of pearl, ornamented with golden jewels, and carried to their palace, when the dragon immediately disappeared. The fairies placed me in a tower of their palace, elegantly furnished, but to which there was no door, so that whoever approached was obliged to come by the windows, which were at a great height from the ground. From these I had the liberty of getting out into a delightful garden, in which were baths and every sort of cooling fruit. In this place was I educated by the fairies, who behaved to me with the greatest kindness. My clothes were splendid, and I was instructed in every kind of accomplishment. In short, prince, if I had ever seen anyone but themselves, I should have remained very happy. One of the windows of my tower overlooked a long avenue shaded with trees, so that I had never seen in it a human creature. One day, however, as I was talking at this window with my parrot, I perceived a young gentleman who was listening to our conversation. As I had never seen a man but in pictures, I was not sorry for the opportunity of gratifying my curiosity. I thought him a very pleasing object, and he at length bowed in the most respectful manner, without daring to speak, for he knew that I was in the palace of the fairies. When it began to grow dark, he went away, and I vainly endeavored to see which road he took. The next morning, as soon as it was light, I again placed myself at the window, and it had the pleasure of seeing that the gentleman had returned to the same place. He now spoke to me through a speaking trumpet, and informed me that though he had a most charming lady, and informed me that he thought me a most charming lady, so that he should be very unhappy if he did not pass his life in my company. I resolved to find some means of escaping from my tower with the engaging prince I had seen. I was not long in devising a means for the execution of my project. I begged the fairies to bring me a netting needle, a mesh, and some cord, saying I wished to make some nets to amuse myself while catching birds at my window. This they readily complied with, and in a short time I completed a ladder long enough to reach the ground. I now sent my parrot to the prince to beg he would come to his usual place, as I wished to speak with him. He did not fail, and, finding the ladder, mounted it, and quickly entered my tower. This at first alarmed me. This at first alarmed me, but the charms of his conversation had restored me to tranquility, when all at once the window opened, and the fairy Violent, mounted on the dragon's back, rushed into the tower. My beloved prince thought of nothing but how to defend me from their fury, for I had time to relate to him my story, previous to this cruel interruption. But their numbers overpowered him, and the fairy Violent had the barbarity to command the dragon to devour my prince before my eyes. In my despair, I would have thrown myself also into the mouth of the horrible monster, but this they took care to prevent, saying my life should be preserved for greater punishment. The fairy then touched me with her wand, and I instantly became a white cat. She next conducted me to this palace, which belonged to my father, and gave me a train of cats for my attendants, together with the 12 hands which waited on your highness. She then informed me of my birth, and the death of my parents, and pronounced upon me what she imagined the greatest of maledictions, that I should not be restored to my natural figure till a young prince, the perfect resemblance of him I had lost, should cut off my head and tail. You are that perfect resemblance, and accordingly, you have ended the enchantment. I need not add that I already love you more than my life. Let us therefore hasten to the palace of the king your father, and obtain his approbation to our marriage. The prince and princess accordingly set out side by side, in a car of still greater splendor than before, and reached the palace just as the two brothers had arrived with two beautiful princesses. The king, hearing that each of his sons had succeeded in finding what he had required, again began to think of some new expedient to delay the time of his resigning his crown. But when the whole court were with the king assembled to pass judgment, the princess who accompanied the youngest, perceiving his thoughts by his countenance, stepped majestically forward, and thus addressed him. What pity that your majesty, who is so capable of governing, should think of resigning the crown. I am fortunate enough to have 6 kingdoms in my possession. Permit me to bestow one on each of the eldest princes, and to enjoy the remaining 4 in the society of the youngest. And may it please your majesty to keep your own kingdom, and make no decision concerning the beauty of 3 princesses, who, without such a proof of your majesty's preference, will no doubt live happily together. The air resounded with the applauses of the assembly. The young prince and princess embraced the king, and next their brothers and sisters. The 3 weddings immediately took place, and the kingdoms were divided as the princess had proposed. Well, that was a heck of a way to go ahead and end it. How'd you like that last story? I'm sitting here rubbing my, I'm still covered with, claw marks and scratches and stuff from that particular stray cat who has since made her presence known. So, how'd you guys enjoy these stories? I suppose silence means that you guys are all chill and relaxed and otherwise asleep or indisposed. Hopefully off in dreamland or otherwise the other chill zone. But now most definitely I've got to go ahead and give my voice some rest at this point. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop it here. Normally I would probably try to look for somebody to raid. Let me see here. Is there anybody? Well, I guess it kind of depends. Is there any place where we can kind of maintain this vibe? I suppose if nothing else, we can always go kind of settle in with the ferrets. Actually, you know what? Why don't I go ahead and do this instead? I am going to go ahead and send you guys over to Lo-Fi Cardboard Cowboy. He's basically a pretty decent lo-fi channel. Just, you know, again, keeping up with like the chill environment and stuff. I can go ahead and I can send you over there. So, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me tonight. I hope you enjoyed tonight's stories. And let's see here. I will probably be back streaming on Saturday night. Not sure exactly what I'm doing yet. I'll probably be playing a game. And then, of course, Sunday, I'll be collabing with Bez and doing our weekly zombie fest. But if nothing else, I'll catch you guys again next Thursday too, most definitely, for another round of story night. So, alrighty, so that said, actually let me go ahead and get this raid started. So anyway, I hope you guys have a good night or day, again, depending on where on the planet you are. And I should actually have this up. I mean, the VOD will be available on Twitch, like, immediately, but I'll be having the, I'm in the process of getting the YouTube VOD channel, up to date. So I should have all of the stuff over this past month and everything that should be up and available over on the YouTube VOD channel. And you'll be able to go ahead and check that out over there. So you guys have a great night, a great day, and just remember, stay chill, and I will talk to you guys next time.